I mean, nothing we didn't already know. But
It's okay, Bleach. I accept for you, Fury.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Why the Fuck is the West So Fucking Gay podcast, also known as the Sultans of Shadilay. Episode, what is it now?
Yay.
Fucking 232.
232.
Right.
We need to start this episode by saying that this is for entertainment purposes only, and none of the views expressed here are held by Bezic, who can get in trouble for them.
Right. It ain't easy being Albanese. Right.
No, it turns out, Bleach, that being a useless fucking retard is actually the easiest thing in the world. Turns out,
I've been doing it most of my life.
Up, yeah.
Turns out that being dumb as shit is the qualification for Prime Minister, so there you go. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, I am your
Anyhow,
head victim today, and at this therapy session for people who like what the West used to fucking be, I am joined by... Oh, God. Let's start with Trim, because Trim also lives in a communist shithole.
Hey.
Ugh. Moving on to people desperately
I
fighting
like them.
against becoming communist shitholes. Dave, hello.
Hello. It's a wonderful day here
In America.
with the First
Where
Amendment.
you're blessed by the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the
Yep.
Fifth Amendment, and fuck me, we'll do the fucking third just for shits and giggles.
Hmm.
But we need to have words about the
Although they're
13th
doing
and the
their best
19th.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
The 18th? No.
Well-
Direct election of senators, whichever one that one is. Fuck.
Yeah, that one's a fucking mistake too.
Yep. Yes, we will cover in passing how Americans need to spread their legs and kiss their asses in thanks for the Founding Fathers. Because you fuckers have no idea how bad it is.
And I want to keep it that way.
Yep.
Yeah, right. I hope I never learn.
Yep.
I
It
would
must
love
be
some,
nice to have
First
any
Second Amendment.
fucking rights at all. But anyway,
Yeah.
speaking of people protected by the glorious thing that is the Bill of Rights, Leech, how you doing?
Happy Life Day, everyone.
Ah, shut up.
Yay.
Just
The
so
green
much
thing
joy.
is still in the corner. It's haunting. It's
Yeah.
everywhere. You can just see it there with its horn.
I know what Trim's nightmares sound like. Fucking-
It just doesn't stop.
Yeah, that's what Trim's nightmares sound like. Mine too now.
Yeah.
Right, let's get into the shilling because
I'm not
we've got to
sucking
knock
the
this
load.
out of the way because, my God, it's been a fucking dumb week.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Right, firstly, subscribe star. If you would like to contribute to just making me feel better about living in a communist shithole, you can come over, subscribe star and donate some cash. A variety of tiers giving you a variety of rewards, including the ability to submit written video comments that we read here on the show, getting to join us for monthly hangouts, etc., etc., etc. The early adopted tier is going bye-bye at the end of the year. So if you would like to get involved in that for only $10 US a month, jump in now.
This is your last chance.
Yes. Basically, yeah. LGM says this is what Bleach's nightmares sound like.
Oh, oh my daddy
Yeah.
gracious me, you cannot
Mine
touch
too,
me on
dude.
Kolkata.
Shoot me. Oh, wait. I can just go to the beach for that.
Oh man.
Anyway.
Or you could just say extra naughty things on YouTube.
I may by the end of this. Who knows? I'm trying not to, but fucking goddamn. Like, you thought England was
hard
bad.
not to go
Australia's
along.
looked at that and gone... That's basically our politicians' reactions. Right, anyway. That's subscribe, so give us money to support the ongoing costs and to pay for the increasingly large amount of booze I need to get through reading the fucking news every day. Let's go over to YouTube and talk about some artisms, specifically the Auto Circle. No, the other artism trim. Because if we don't
like
do
artism in
Dave, he
general.
won't shut up until we do.
Yeah, well. Yeah, we're doing we got a Christmas special coming up this week. We're just gonna do we're doing a Norman Rockwell Christmas, but we're not gonna talk a whole shit ton about Rockwell. We're gonna spend a lot of time talking about the paintings and the kind of the feeling and nostalgia of Christmas and the season that these paintings help inspire in us and
I'm really solidified as far as the American interpretation of Christmas tradition.
yeah, absolutely.
You know what's wild about the Christmas tradition is here in Australia, we basically have the same Christmas traditions, despite the fact that Christmas is in summer.
Right.
Which is
You
fucking
guys sing
wild.
jingle bells and shit like that there?
Yep.
You guys sing Christmas songs?
It's a lot easier to defrost Mariah Carey down here.
But
no,
songs like I'm dreaming of a white Christmas Neverland.
Yeah, so all that shit all that shit goes on the radio and whatnot. We get all the Christmas movies like Home Alone and sadly not Die Hard. But no, it's interesting that we've inherited a cultural tradition so hard that we actually have nostalgia for something we've never experienced. You know, like freedom.
Fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah. It's in our soul.
Yep. So yeah, like what we got in this one, like the Christmas dinner, like we have Christmas dinner here in Australia. It's less turkey necessarily, but it's still the same concept. Some nice roast veggies, a roast something.
Big nice roast spider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's got 8 drumsticks on it.
Yep. Though the Australian tradition has shifted a little to a lot of barbecues because, you know, summer. Why not hang out outside? No, they're called prawns here. Shut up. That's the problem with that saying. No one in Australia calls it a shrimp. It's a prawn. And they're fucking weird. No antennas, thank you.
I would like to know where that came from.
It's entirely from an ad.
I thought it was from that stupid Outback Steakhouse here in America.
Not
entirely sure.
I think it's from a stupid ad, possibly featuring Paul Hogan. Yeah. Yeah. The actual line was close to "I'll slip an extra shrimp on the bar before you used an ad to appeal to US tourists." So yeah, it was an ad for Americans, so it called it shrimp. But no, we don't have shrimp in Australia. Anyway. No comment, LGM.
I have to say that reminds me of the prawn cocktail flavored. I can't remember the name of the brand. It's a subsidiary of Lay's in the UK. That is an amazing potato chip.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so you can also join in Auto Circle over on Bleach's channel, maybe. If he gets shit together.
He'll get it up. I don't have the script and everything written yet, so when I get all that shit, I'll get it over to him, and then he'll get everything set up.
Yeah.
But I just set it up early on my channel for this.
Yeah. 10 a.m. Fucking time zones, man.
See, it fucking freaked me out when I saw that at first. I was like, wait a minute, did I schedule on the wrong fucking day? Fuck. And then I remembered, oh yeah, Australia.
Yep.
Crikey.
Yeah. Right. Trim. Would you like to tell everyone about your abomination?
Bleach made me watch 5 minutes about the Star Wars Holiday Special. Then we recorded my mental breakdown while I, for some reason, managed to do some drawing. It was not fun. It was everything but fun, except for Bleach. He really enjoyed it.
I enjoyed the hell out of that. That was possibly one of the most entertaining art shacks we've done.
I don't even remember half of the shit we did, dude. I don't even remember half.
Let me play the opening to the video for everyone. If it will actually give me the opening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Simply Sketchy. And today, I have been shared eldritch knowledge that I did not want, but of course, I am here sharing with a friend of mine, and He decided to give me a real Christmas treat, right? Late friend, good friend, trusted friend.
Happy Life Day, everyone!
I felt a great disturbance in the force, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced.
Yeah,
And here
oh,
I'm
dude.
going to share the little frolicking man of Trim's dreams.
That's such a good edit, though. Like, holy shit.
Fortunately, Trim hates it so much that I think we're actually cleared for, well, for fair use on the holiday special videos.
I mean,
Nice.
it is critique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
exactly. It is critique. It's not necessarily
I'm
terribly well thought
extremely-
out or lucid critique, but it is critique. There's nothing in the
I mean,
law
I
that
have
says it has to be
nothing but
good critique.
Exactly.
Hey, it came from the heart, or what remains of it.
Are you saying you ate your heart?
I used to have one.
Yeah. Anyway, right. I think we're in gaming shenanigans. Disc and I have still been working on the old Dinkums to reasonable levels of success. Now, fuck me, it's hard trying to schedule shit around a child. I wake up, Disco goes, but kids are not asleep, won't be anytime, so I'm like, cool, I'm going to fuck back to bed. Oh dear, right. Yes, and I've much of the same over on Disco's channel. Where we've been having great funs. Ooh, speaking of, we found a giant spider for Trim.
Excellent.
It's so big, there's actually 2 scale in the game. Compared, because the character can hold the spider in its hand, and of course the spider wiggles, and it's actually about the same size as it is in real life. Compared to the size of the characters.
I'm maybe uncomfortable earlier, but I have seen worse shit.
Yeah.
I've seen worse.
Yes.
I've seen true horror, and I now understand it.
Yeah.
Now, are you saying that you're in the hollow viewer, strapped in like Itchy?
And scratchy.
I tried to find a good image of those 2 fucking bastards to slide in there, but I couldn't find anything. I'm sure there's an episode where Itchy and Scratchy are old, but I couldn't fucking find it.
They never get old.
Yeah, there is. There is.
Is it?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
there's an
couldn't.
episode where they get old together,
Yep.
and then Scratchy ends up killing, or Itchy ends up killing Scratchy at the very end, anyways.
Yep.
So we're doing something with him after he dies of natural causes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't find it in a reasonable time frame, which was disappointing.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, shit. The government's poisoned me Pepsi, Trim. Send help.
Oh.
Right.
Turn
Let's.
his
If you want,
mom
if
into
you
a
want to help
lampshade and his dad into
Vesek,
soap.
now, if you want to help Vesek, donate in the link down description below.
Right. Let's get this shit show started, shall we?
We shall.
Yay. So, Bondi has become a modern city. Because we were reliably informed by one of those useless fucking dipshits in England that terror attacks are just part and parcel of living in a modern city. So, I'm so fucking glad that I get to live like a European now. No guns and daily fucking Muslim terror attacks.
Ah.
Oh, you've really arrived.
Yep.
Welcome
I'm
to
so happy for you.
modernity.
Mm-hmm.
It's so amazing.
It's fucking thrilling. Absolutely fucking thrilling. Yes, death toll climbs to 12 in Bondi Beach terror attack, and a homemade bomb is uncovered by cops after 2 gunmen opened fire on innocent beachgoers during Jewish festival.
Of course.
I mean, well, I think it's kind of weird and misleading to call like this. I think it was Hanukkah. I'm not Jewish. I don't know.
They were calling it the Hanukkah massacre or something like that. Like it was the first day of Hanukkah or something like that.
Yeah, it's like calling it a Jewish festival seems really weirdly misleading and dismissive.
Well, that's
in
because
my
you're
mind.
missing some key context. It was literally at a festival organized and run by Jews.
Okay, I guess just for me, it's like, the religious part of it takes precedence, and now it's like, no, it's just a Jewish festival. It's like, it seems like it's diminishing the intent behind the
Oh, you want to see fucking diminishing the intent behind the fucking shooters? I will fucking get there. But no, it was legitimately a Jewish festival. A bunch of Jews on the first day of Hanukkah, which is significant to them apparently, arranged a festival on the beach. As you do, because fuck it, why not? Oh, Exhibit A is to why you don't be Jewish in public, because apparently it's fucking safer to be a Jew in fucking Israel.
Yep. Well, it's probably safer being a Jew in Israel on October 7th than there now.
Mm.
That saying something.
Yes. Quick question for all my politicians. Why does Israel require its A, mandatory service, and B, for off-duty soldiers to carry their weapons? Just for curiosity, why would Israel do such a thing? Monkey thinks he's joking. Monkey says, I can't believe the far right made the Jews do this to themselves. He thinks he's joking. When you combine all the statements by the dipshit politicians, it's not fucking far off.
That's like Jeremy Corbyn.
Politicians are the most maliciously retarded creatures on the planet.
Truly.
I mean, I think it's not far to say that Jeremy Corbyn is probably one of the most anti-Jewish politicians since that little Austrian man that ran Germany for a number of years.
I don't know. The Australian government's giving him a fucking run for its money.
That's true.
They were out protesting for a Palestinian state, so...
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Well, the two-state solution used to be the default Western position.
Well, I've got a new one. It's called the zero-state solution. And if you don't like that, how about the Roman state solution?
I mean, I prefer the Crusader kingdoms. But
I will even settle for just giving the whole fucking area to Egypt, and they can fucking figure it out. Actually, no, let's give it to Jordan and see what they have to do.
Yeah, Jordan.
We'll give the whole fucking region to Jordan. Anyway, geopolitics aside, let's get a little more local. So, yes, 2 usual suspects opened fire on a bunch of people, a large number of whom were Jews, but they didn't bother to stop and check foreskins before shooting anyone they could see. So a bunch of some are non-Jews as well. So yeah, a bunch of people killed by this dipshit and his father. It's a father and son special.
Father and son outing. Yeah.
Yep. So
family bonding.
Don't worry. Toxic masculinity has already been blamed.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So also for the Americans in the audience, what's this?
It's black and scary.
It's got bolt action rifle.
Yes. Banning AR-15s has really helped.
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't worry. The gunman had 3 guns, so the government's going to restrict gun owners to having 4 guns. So I mean, so basically, this article's about what's happening. I don't know how much we need to what happened. I don't the actual attack itself, which I don't know how much detail we really need to go into because, I mean, you can fucking figure it out yourself. It's not that hard. I think we do have some quick video. Yeah, here we go. That right there
Jesus Christ.
is a weapon of mass destruction, according to the Premier of New South Wales.
Right. Muslims are a weapon of mass destruction.
See, that's what I said. But apparently he was talking about the fucking bolt action.
Yeah.
Fucking retards. I mean, there's some more videos somewhere. I think. Oh, I might not have pulled it up because I'm not sure we really need the video of the incident itself because it's not exactly relevant to the fucking fallout of this. But yeah, so here was a post by Baring. Australia will not tolerate Islamophobia in 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was fucking right.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah. Also for our politicians are so fucking retarded. Americans, what is the thing that fuckface McShitstein here is wearing around his waist with shotgun shells? What would you call that?
Yeah.
Just
Ammo belt?
yeah,
A
just
belt.
an ammo belt.
Congratulations, Tim. You're not a retarded politician. A retarded politician would call that a belt-fed magazine.
Are you? No, what? What?
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody
No way.
seriously. Did they seriously say that?
Yes. They are going to ban belt-fed magazine shotguns. Which, fuck me, I didn't know I was missing out on a belt-fed shotgun all these years.
Right,
Oh,
I
no,
didn't know
wait.
those things
No,
exist.
it's a belt-fed magazine. They're going to ban
What?
belt-fed magazines, Dave.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
So we'll come to that later, but...
Fuck. If I had a desk, I'd be beating my head against it.
Mhm.
I have a headache already and it became worse.
Oh, look, what's
Holy
that?
shit.
My Jesus.
Yes, it's the guns that were the problem. If he'd had a gun, he wouldn't have hurt any people at all. If he didn't have a gun, he wouldn't have hurt anyone at all.
Yeah, just you know, we need to ban knives too because banning guns and knives will make everything much safer because criminals and terrorists
Yeah.
always follow the
So
rules.
here's a bit of video for us. Yes, we get it.
Oh! Oh mon gros!
Unfortunately, there's something not happening there.
You didn't shoot him.
Yep, I don't...
But you know what? If he did, they would have fucking arrested him and held him in prison for it.
Probably, but it would have been fucking worth it. But I think it's more to do with the fact that he's in Australia and doesn't know how the fuck to use a gun. So, here's the question.
Yeah, probably. Well, no, okay. He's Middle
think it's more
Eastern.
than that.
They all use guns in the Middle
Yeah,
East
I
all
know.
the time.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how to use a bolt action because they're over in the Middle East, they can use fucking AK-47s.
They use fucking UN
It's
provided
also-
AKs and ARs.
I think it's also kind of the Daniel Penny effect, where most people would be disarmed, disabled permanently, and now it's like, oh, well, now they're going to come after me. They're going to arrest me.
Yeah.
I'm going to become the
Mhm.
villain.
Yeah. So the problem
Exactly.
with letting him run off like that is he went back and got a second gun, which is great. So the dipshit there is in the video is the father. He was licensed, despite the fact that he's a fucking Muslim immigrant who's not even a citizen yet.
Jesus, dude.
And we'll get to some more things about that in a bit. But so I have a question. What if this man here had any fucking gun whatsoever and just shot fuckface there in the back of the head 7 times?
Oh yeah, no, that would have put the problem down instantly, and there would have been no follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Heroic Muslim shooter steps in to defend Jewish community.
Basically, that's been the major response as well.
Proving all Muslims are good guys and these ones are the bad guys.
Yeah.
And it's that Islam isn't the problem. It's just these crazy extremists, not the extremist ideology they just derive their extremism from. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's what would have happened if he would actually shot him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. He might have been out of ammo. It's hard to tell if he was reloading or he just lowered it. But yeah, imagine if that guy, who, to be fair, even for a Muslim, is still a hero, had actually had a gun or a knife or anything at all.
Yeah. This reminds me of the Indiana mall shooter a couple years ago, where there was that young guy who was carrying conceal and popped the shooter from a similar type of angle and put down the threat.
Yeah.
Saved lives.
Yeah,
nobody got hurt.
Yeah, LGM says forgetting about the white guys who died trying to do the same thing. Yeah. Because that guy is apparently a Muslim. So it's like, oh, it's not all Muslims, and oh, he's a hero, and oh, see, it was a Muslim who was brave enough to solve it. Okay, cool. So there were 2 terrorists and 1 good guy. That's not a fucking ratio I'm liking.
Yeah, 2 to 1. I mean, that speaks louder than anything else we can
Also,
say.
I am happy to make him the richest man in fucking Baghdad. We'll give him a medal, some gold bullion, and a plane ticket.
There you go.
Because, as fucking Danny points out, yes, it is their culture. Fuck Islam.
Yep.
Which may get me arrested, because I live in a Nazi fucking shithole that is less concerned about people shooting Jews than they are about me saying the reason they shot the Jews is bullshit.
Because you can't really blame the monsters when they do monster things.
Nope.
But yeah, if it was some white dude, oh, look at all these white men.
Oh yeah, he would be hearing the word white so much that he'd just be white noise.
What the fuck are you on about? They've been saying that the whole fucking time anyway.
Right, yeah.
They hear it because it's white noise.
They've literally blamed white supremacists and the far right for this stream.
Yeah, I know, Bezek. I was just making a fucking joke. White noise, get it? Because I've already...
No, it's a shit joke. You should feel bad.
I am not feeling bad.
Moving on.
Yeah. Moving on. So yeah, just 3 months ago, our Prime Minister, Fuckwit McFuckstein, was lecturing Australians on being Islamophobic. Yeah, since this dickhead came to power, over 1 million immigrants have arrived. Yay! Also notice Abo flag.
He's a traitor to your country.
Yeah.
But you know
Yes,
what
he
the thing is, dude? At least the Aboriginal flag is a country from the continent, right?
Well, that's true.
It may be gay and illegitimate, but at least it's Australian.
That's true.
Yeah, Australian from 5 minutes ago, but yeah.
Fucking Islam is not, there is nothing about Australia that should be representative of fucking Islam.
So,
it is not fucking...
would you like to guess, Dave, how many times since the shooting this man has said the words Islam?
Oh.
I think it would be every 3rd word.
Well, no, I bet he said Islamophobia a lot. I don't think he actually said Islam that much.
Exactly.
There you go.
This fucker has not once said Islamic extremism.
Just only Islamophobia.
No. It's just been anti-Semitism. Yeah, well, what kind of anti-Semite are you?
It's all isms and phobias.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
No,
You
it's
know?
not. It's not anti-Semitism, which is just a gay annoying term anyway. Because all of them are. All the isms are. They're just gay annoying bullshit. No. Oh, it's anti-Semitism. Yeah, you're saying anti-Semitism because you're a cucked little retard who won't say Islam because you're counting on votes from the fucking terrorists that you've imported to live in this fucking city. But, oh, you can say anti-Semitism, and then you can blame the fucking far right. Oh, yeah, the 10 guys from the fucking federal police that you keep putting out every fucking weekend.
Oh, yeah.
They managed to find one neo-Nazi in Australia, and they haven't shut the fuck up about him since.
Yeah. We found the one guy, guys. We can keep going about this for the next fucking decade.
Yep. Well, they've been going about they've been going about Port Arthur for 30 fucking years. Oh, Americans. Yeah, Americans have mass shootings like every fucking day. Okay, no. Fuck off. You're being disingenuous.
Yeah, we
it
do
does
in
not
black neighborhood.
Yeah, it does not count if one gang of fuckwits shoots at another gang of fuckwits and a bunch of them die. That's generally considered a good thing. And they know they're being disingenuous because they know that when the public hears mass shooting, they think of innocent people that matter, not fucking gangbangers.
Yeah.
Like when they go, oh, we've had about this many
gangbangers.
Fuck the gangbangers in the head with a machine gun.
But I've literally heard excuses for people crying for the fucking gangbangers. That,
well, they can go live with them.
Life that made them do this. Yeah, my response too, actually. God, I hate it.
Yeah. It's the same idiots that go, oh, there's next many school shootings. It's like, okay, tell me about them. Well, this one was at 10 p.m. and this one was actually down the street and across the road. Because it's not about on the school, it's in the school zone, because even Americans have to fight for their rights and have retarded politicians doing retarded shit constantly.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just going to plow through these tweets in chronological order because fuck me. Yeah, so here's Tommy Robinson, called it, and all access to Western nations from Islamic countries. Yes.
Yep.
And send them all back. It is a problem with the culture.
Their holy book.
And it's not all Muslims. Yeah, I'm sure it's not all Muslims, but how many is too fucking many? Like as we'll come to later, they're perfectly happy to go after all fucking gun owners for something that literally one in a million do. So what's the rate of Islamic extremism we're willing to tolerate? Because if it's more than if there's more than 1 in a million Muslims who believe that the West should be destroyed, then they're more of a fucking threat than gun owners are.
Yep. By far, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, yeah. Father and son duo, father born in some third world shithole. And we'll hear about the son later in writing. Oh, there's part of the video. So this is a 10-minute video. It takes 4 minutes for the cops to shoot the guys from when the video starts.
Really?
Yeah. And this is after the video we saw earlier. So the guy ran away and got another gun.
Get a new gun?
Yes, because he brought more than 2 guns to his terror attack. Which is why, Trim, so the government's going to is trying to limit gun owners to only 4 guns. You will notice that we've counted 3 so far. So that rule definitely would have stopped this. Yes, Frank, the police station is like 2 minutes away from the shooting.
Wow.
Yeah, so we don't need to necessarily look through this video, but The cops eventually show up and eventually shoot the fuckers. One of them dies. And sadly, the other one hasn't been fed to the fucking pigs yet. Actually, no. I figured this out several days ago. Firstly, I want competent politicians. Then I want them to call up Trump and go, hey, can you gitmo this fucker for us? And then once we've extracted every scrap of knowledge from the little fucker, then I want him fed to the fucking pigs. A whole fucking bay of them.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Hey, meanwhile, Nice attacks, Paris attacks, shoe bomber, Orlando attack, Beltway snipers. Long list of attackers, Muslims. And they, oh, look, here's some fuckhead with an opinion. That's irrelevant because it's basically confirming. You could put that in the replies, fuckhead. Yeah, father and son deport the entire fucking family back to Pakistan. I fucking agree. Oh, but the son was born here and he's a citizen. Why? How? How is that fucking possible? Why the fuck is a non-citizen allowed to have a kid that then becomes a citizen? Like,
we really need to get rid of, you show up, you get hatched here, suddenly you get all the rights of a citizen. The only reason that happened in the United States was because of the old, the dissolution of slavery, and that should have had a sunset. That should not have been a constitutional amendment, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Well, it's not a constitutional amendment, really. I mean, there's it's not supposed to apply to people that just fucking come to the country. It's supposed to only apply to people in the country.
Yeah, it's a misinterpretation based on the fact that they weren't fucking airplanes at the time.
Yeah.
Like they want to fucking argue that the Second Amendment didn't envision machine guns. Like, okay, well this one didn't fucking envision airplane loads of fuck sticks from fucking Bombay.
Because the problem ultimately becomes that all of this crap is predicated on something that has not been a valid argument in over 100 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fuck birthright citizenship. If both parents aren't citizens, fuck off.
Yep. Hey, if they don't believe in magic land, they don't have to.
Also, I formed this opinion after one of the incidents in England. If a Muslim comes to a country, the country, and then has a kid with some woman, and then commits a crime, we deport all three of them. Oh, but the citizens. Yeah, well, we're English. We have fucking precedent for deporting our own people. So shut the fuck up. Mm-hmm. Anyway, from these fucking idiots, Bondi shooter far-right extremists who targeted Hanukkah gathering. Like, absolute fucking retards. I don't know if this is parody or not, but they're definitely fucking idiots. It's a shit parody. Going back, so Dave even posted this just a few days ago. Aaron Milan was warning. The issue we have now is that we've welcomed so many people in our country who don't align with what we believe in. 2 days after October 7th, we saw people, Australians, who obviously come to this country celebrating outside the Opera House, which is true. After October 7th, there were somehow crowds of Muslims celebrating in the street. I want to know why there are enough Muslims in Australia that they can form crowds. Yeah. And for 2 fucking years, the government let these people get away with saying things like, gas the Jews. But like, oh no, that's not what they were saying. They were saying, where's the Jews? It's like, okay, let's pretend for a second that's true. What the fuck did you think they were going to do if they found any?
Yeah.
Invite them over for fucking bacon sandwiches? I don't fucking think so.
Of course they would. Of course they would, because, government says that Islam is not a violent religion, even though there are books.
Even though it demonstrably is. And what did we just see recently? Like 6 out of 10 Muslims in France want Sharia law? Cool.
Yeah.
Under Sharia law, what happens to Jews, women, gays, people who disagree with Sharia law?
They take a little tumble off the side of a building, but that is completely unaffected by the current situation, I assure you.
Of course, of course. Yeah, and here's End Whiteness. When they say globalize the Intifada, this is what they mean. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And they were chanting that on the streets of Sydney for like 2 fucking years. And worse than just allowing it, which, let's be real, what can you do? Rules against protest are very dangerous, and we'll see about that in a bit. But the fact that the politicians were out there supporting them is the problem. The politicians were all out there going, oh, yes, they're going to recognize the Palestinian state. It's like, okay, cool. That definitely had nothing to do with encouraging these guys to continue the Islamic war on the Jews.
And what the fuck does that have to do with Australia in the first fucking place? Why does that battle have to happen
exactly.
in Australia?
Why are there Jews or Muslims in Australia? Oh. Anyway, so here's some dumb some retardation off of fucking Reddit. The father was a registered gun owner and owned 6 firearms. What the fuck does the guy living in Western Sydney need 6 guns? An arsenal. They had an arsenal. Like, motherfuckers. Bleach, how many guns can you see at the moment?
Do you want an accurate count or the YouTube?
A rough approximation will do. Any number larger than 6, really.
10.
Yeah. Oh, 6 guns is an arsenal. Meanwhile, Bleach can see 10 guns from where he's sitting.
Yeah, and that's because they're in states of cleaning and that.
Mm-hmm.
And if I move my recording area, I will see all of my guns, which is enough.
And here's where we get into the absolute. Here's where we get into the liberal retard city metropolitan fuckstain point of view. There are a few reasons to have a gun in the city. Have you ever heard of cars, motherfucker? Also, there are pistol clubs all over the place. If sporting shooters want them, they can leave them at a police station like they do in South Korea. Oh, good. So the police can lose them.
Yeah.
What a
Perfect.
bunch of cucked bitches, dude. What a bunch of absolute pussified, worthless, weak, cowardly pieces of shit. I can't even find words to describe how much I despise these weak idiots.
They are such enfeebled, gutless, cowardly morons. There's some guy in Sydney who's got 230 guns because he collects
these are
them.
all fucking women. In this thread. I bet they're all fucking women.
It's women or cucked, dickless losers, which are basically the same thing.
Yeah. Women or women-adjacent men. Just a bunch of effete fucking
effete pussified losers, yeah. Each and every fucking one of them. But yeah, they're like, one guy's got 230 guns. It's like, cool. Is he going to shoot all of them at once? But do you know what the fucking argument is? Oh, but he could arm a bunch of terrorist friends. It's like, okay, cool. Maybe if he's able to get 200 friends together to do something and the police don't notice, maybe it's the police's fault. But also, the cops go up our fucking assholes with a fucking microscope before we can get fucking licensed in this stupid fucking country. In fact, there's even laws to deny you a gun license if the police don't like you. They've got this nonsense called a fit and proper person test. And if the police think you're even slightly dodgy, they can just refuse you a license. In fact, in New South Wales, they can refuse you a license if you're even associated with a criminal bike gang member. Which is interesting. Because if you can take a gun license, if you can refuse to give someone a gun license because they're associated with a bike gang, why can't you refuse to give a gun license to someone who lives with someone who was investigated by the fucking security agency for links to fucking ISIS?
Oh, that would be Islamophobia, don't you know?
Which is the worst crime of all.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Never mind fucking violating kids, women, and
Yeah.
children, and murdering everything around you that doesn't follow your own dogmatic, demonic beliefs.
Mhm.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like absolute fucking losers. Oh, 6 guns is too many. It's like, okay, cool. 22 air rifle, 223, 308, and then we start talking about fucking pistols. But also, what's the limit that the fucking government's been talking about? Because everyone's like, we need limits, we need limits. The government's suggesting 4. The only way that this attack could have been reduced is if the limit is 2 or less.
Oh, don't give them.
Well, that's what they're shooting for.
It
They're
is.
shooting for 1 or less.
They want 0.
They want 0. They absolutely want 0. But it's so fucking stupid. But it just goes to prove that the government's acting entirely off of knee-jerk performative retardation. Oh, we'll limit them to 4 guns. It's like, cool. You do realize this attack was committed by 2 people. Please
and you could get the Shinzo Abe problem, where it's like some clowns just like, yeah, I'm gonna build it in my basement and go out. And
or I don't know. Maybe we should look at the bomb they had.
Yeah.
Or hold on.
The fundamental problem that never gets addressed is, why are these crimes on the rise? We all know, we all see it, whether it's Bondi Beach or if it's, shit going down really anywhere else in the world. It's cultural rot.
Yeah.
And the fact that they don't want to address the cultural rot that lends itself to
Well, what about
allowing
this?
Invaders like this. Yeah, the Christmas market stuff. Yeah.
This is in Australia, not fucking Europe.
Really now?
Yep. Oh, but we got to reduce the amount of guns. Meanwhile, fucking bollards to stop the trucks of peas.
Oh yeah. Germany can't even. Though in Germany, don't really do much to stop it anymore either, because they're just Germanistan now.
Yeah. Anyway,
I
we
mean,
need to.
At least they're taking practical steps to stop something.
Yeah.
It's not the fucking fully. It's not really what they need, but at least it's doing something to save people instead of just they're acknowledging that there is a fucking problem.
Yeah, they're refusing to admit what the problem is, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest problem.
They're just going to sit there and be like, don't be Islamophobic. Anyway, yes. Terrorist who shot up in the celebration, known to police for years after they fought a terrorist attack, and he investigated him for close ties to ISIS.
Oh, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't ask about it. Don't talk about it.
Yeah. So now it's it's the son that was investigated for links to ISIS, and the father who had the license. But again, if the police are allowed to knock someone back for any fucking reason at all, and they've also got laws that about associating with known criminals. I'm sorry, but maybe if you're in a cucked, retarded country that requires licenses for guns, you shouldn't give a license to someone who lives in the same house as someone with links to ISIS.
Well, why is the kid who's born there having the one with links to ISIS?
I think the father was.
He's born in Australia. How the hell did he get links to ISIS?
It's almost as if the soil isn't fucking magic dye. Oh, he was born in Australia. He's Australian. No, he's fucking not. Here's the shithead father immigrate here, somehow found some other shithead Muslim bitch, and then they spawned this worthless piece of scum. And what did they do? The father fucking indoctrinated him. The mother was in on it too, but she's all hush-hush. Actually, she didn't. Would you like to guess what the mother had to say about her son?
He didn't do nothing?
He's a good boy.
That's it. Dave got it.
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, he is a good boy by Islamic standards.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So here it is from the communist news network known as the ABC, confirming that the ASIO examined one of the gunmen for close ties to the Islamic State cell. Good job. Good job. What's the fucking point in living in a totalitarian surveillance state that requires licensing for guns if you can't keep licenses away from members of ISIS?
Well, at least he wasn't white supremacist.
Yes, he was.
No, that's the only focus.
He's definitely a white supremacist. Actually, no. He's a far-right radical.
Extremist.
Far-right
Yeah,
extremist.
there we go.
No, he's not. Islam is not far-right because these fuckwits are like, oh, but it's just right and left, and because they're religious fundamentalists, that puts them right. No, it fucking doesn't. No, they shoot up in a completely fucking different plane. They're off in the Z-axis doing a weird gay dopey stand fucker shit.
Well, they're
Right wing.
See, you're missing it though. They're anti-Jewish, so that automatically makes them white supremacists.
Does
That's how that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, does
that's how it
that
works.
include all the stupid white bitches wearing that stupid fucking keffiyeh and marching in support of Palestine?
Yes.
Yep.
No, someone
Yeah,
should
they're
tell
all
the
white
government.
supremacists. Well, see now, but you know, if something benefits white people, then Jewish people are white. But if you're against Jewish people, then you're a white supremacist. So,
Oh god, Tristan asked, do
Yeah,
Muslims
funny.
vote for the conservatives or the liberals? Right wing indeed. Oh, fuck me. So Australian
right.
politics is fucked. Like we've got the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, and one of them's supposed to be the right wing party, and I'm sitting here going, the fuck are you on about? They're both worse than the pissing Democrats. That's how fucking far over the Overton window is in Australia. They're sitting here complaining about which of our worse than the Democrat parties is the right wing one. Neither of them is fucking right wing. I'd rather live in fucking AOC's district.
Yeah.
I don't even think Australia has a proper right wing party. Kind of like Norway, to be honest.
No, our right wing party is centre right at best.
Yeah.
well, New York
Yeah,
doesn't
that
have a
sounds
proper
familiar.
right wing party.
Yeah.
Zaralabambadani.
Yeah.
New Yorkistan.
So anyway, moving on, trying to get through these. So yeah, father and son. Father was a licensed firearms holder, and all 6 weapons have been recovered. Yeah. What? And would you like to guess how many licensed gun owners there are in Australia?
Couple million?
Approximately 1 million. Estimates between 900,000 and 1.2 million. So they are making rules that are going to affect all those people based off one of them misbehaving. And yes, it is one of them because only the father had a license. He's the only one that counts. So literally, for 1 out of 1 million, they're going to put limits on law-abiding gun owners. Cool. If 1 in 1 million is all it takes, let's talk about Muslims again.
Well, they put tampons in the bathrooms for fucking 0.3% of the population. So
Yep.
tampons in the men's room. So
Exactly. And that's a hell of a lot more than 1 in 1 million. It's like, if we can ban guns because 1 in 1 million gun owners misbehaves, can we ban Muslims if 1 in 1 million misbehaves?
right.
That'd be nice. But that would be using same standards across the board, you know, being fair. But that is not allowed because being fair is not fair.
Yes. They want equity, not equality. Yeah. So, yeah, the fuckwit Emir said gun law reform is almost certain of this. That's odd. I thought it was already illegal to be a terrorist and commit murder and let someone who doesn't have a license use your guns. And I thought the police already had the power to refuse licenses to anyone for any reason. And yes, of course, he wants his fucking John Howard moment. And the legislative response is likened to John Howard's Port Arthur reforms. Oh, is that when a tyrannical fuckstick took all our guns and then sent us off on the mythical hunt for the fucking magic WMDs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Can't have a gun at
Sniper in the
home.
Middle East.
Yep, can't have a gun at home, but here you go. Take this and go fucking look for WMDs in the desert.
Anywhere but home, right?
Don't try conscription. It will not go as well as it used to.
Mm.
And that's all I can say in that. Meanwhile, Communications Minister Some Dumb Whore says that the East Safety Commissar is on call to monitor graphic videos and images circulating online after the Bondi attack. Yes, because the public can't possibly know that mass multiculturalism is murder. Mass immigration is the extinguishment of your society. And I say society because I don't just mean culture or race. I mean the whole fucking social system. From the from the people to the system of the government. Yeah. So, of course, yeah, they're reviewing firearms laws as they speak. Yes, because the knee-jerk laws are never stupid. They're going to take everyone's guns. You don't need them because the police will protect you. Meanwhile, the police. Meanwhile, the Greens, who, yes, are like the Greens everywhere else, watermelons, red on the inside. This is an attack on a Chanukah event. No, it's Hanukkah in English. Shut the fuck up. This is what happens when you have targeted inquiries into anti-Semitism that isolate hate and isolate community. This is what happens when you allow neo-Nazis to demonstrate outside state parliament. Never mind the pally pals in the fucking tens of thousands on the fucking bridges. And of course, the real solution to the problem, we're going to have racial hatred laws to be tightened. Because you can't go after one right without going after another as well. So that's the Second Amendment and the First Amendment. Keeping track, Americans? Nigel Farage says, the Hanukkah party shooting in Australia surrenders, the threat is everywhere. Connor Tomlinson turns out to be less of a retarded cuck than all Australian politicians put together. The threat is Islam. You can just say it. The pattern is clear. It's in the scriptures. The public knows it. You cannot appease it. You cannot confront the problem until you acknowledge it. And even the idiots at YouGov in July apparently said that half of the public think Islam is not compatible with British values. No shit. It's in their book. Ask the Muslims. They'll tell you. They will straight out admit it. Because they know you're weak. Insert video of that imam or whatever he was from Egypt or Saudi Arabia like a decade ago going, yeah, these attacks are going to rise because they see you're a bunch of weak losers. So yeah, here's some of the victims. They shot a child because, of course, they are. Because they are that much scum.
Of course.
And don't need anything more out of that. Yeah, so Prime Minister Fuckface says tougher gun laws will be put into national cabinet, including proposed limits on how many firearms individuals can own use. Well, the only way that this attack would have been in any way impacted is if that limit is 2 or less. And we've seen a bunch of fuckwits going, you don't need any at all if you live in the city. Because, again, they're a bunch of neoliberal, metropolitan morons that are not familiar with the concept of the motor vehicle. Like, they are so cucked and commie brains that they do not understand the concept of a private motor vehicle. You can, in fact, put guns in a car and then drive to where the things to shoot are. The legal things to shoot for ref board. Fucking idiots.
You know, and this is something where it's a definite, cultural issue where the modern Christian West, and I have to say the modern because you go back and you look at the more historic where it's like, yeah, no, we're going to go to war with you mentality. It mistakes kindness and compassion for weakness. And the rest of the world sees that. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, and I would say it's even worse in the kind of the atheistic secular West as it is now, because if you're a good person, you would just X. And to me, that really speaks to how they can exploit Because there's just ever shifting moral framework that it's just like, oh well, just be kind, just be a good person. And unfortunately, just being a good person needs some teeth to it, because you have to be able to say no.
But also, these people aren't good people. To paraphrase Jordan Peterson, you are not a good person just because you don't commit violence. If you can't, you're just weak. To be a good moral person by choice is to have the ability to enact great violence. That's when you get to choose to be peaceful rather than weak. Unfortunately, there's no fucking warriors in this garden anymore, and the fucking, I don't know, the fucking beetles are coming crawling. The fucking locusts are on the fucking horizon, blotting out the fucking sun.
Well, the notion of the golden rule, which, to piggyback off to what Bleach is saying earlier, the notion of the golden rule doesn't exist outside of Western countries. It doesn't exist outside of the Western ethos. And so when these people that are invaders to our culture come in, they see that as a weakness. We see it as a strength because we're treating everybody how we want to be treated. They see it as a weakness to be exploited, because they want to treat you like shit. They don't care about you, and they want to treat you like shit. And so that facilitates a breakdown of polite society, polite Western society, because we've really kind of eroded the foundation of it. Is that I want to treat everybody how I want. Well,
that's
treated.
it. I can't
do that anymore.
All of these Western morals only matter if you live in a culturally homogenous nation. If you don't, people who come in and don't share your morals will just abuse you. I mean, we've seen that even before this problem with just your garden variety fucking psychopaths. We've always had scumbags who will use your morality against you. The difference is now we're importing them by the fucking million.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's fucking multi-high-rise office buildings in Mumbai full of fucking people whose actual day job is to call Americans and scam them out of money. And because we've let them into our fucking culture and our society, and we should never have done that.
Our telcos really should just block the entire fucking subcontinent.
It's just region block the fucking thing. No calls in or out. Right? Like they did it to Russia.
Yeah.
But there's one thing, though, which I've noticed during the whole Somali debacle in America, is that when it ties to the whole they're seeing our kindness and patience as weakness, when they're confronted by being scammers, they don't view it as a bad thing. They view it as but we can't be blamed for scamming you because you.
Exactly. They've got a different morality. They see it as you being weak for falling for it. You fell for it, therefore you are stupid and you deserve it. Which is partially true, but we also add on you're a scammer, you're evil. Well, they go, you fell for it, you're weak and deserve it. And that applies to massive fucking continents that hold that view.
And it's also part of the culture where they're from, because it is not you don't blame the person who commits the crime, you blame the one who the crime happened to. Like, look at in Islam, right?
Look at the Australian government.
Cover herself. That too. But you just a chick not dressing in a full-on fucking drape, right, or towel, and suddenly a man loses control, and you cannot blame the man, you can only blame the woman, inshallah.
Even if they are wearing the stupid fucking towel. She was raped. She had sex before marriage, stone her. Meanwhile, the rapist, nothing. Like, come on, at least have the decency to behead him too. Like, fuck.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here for the joke, and maybe it's not, but Muslim men have the same level of accountability as feminists in the West.
Oh, that's on purpose.
non-existent then.
No, it's
Well,
entirely by design because they're
that's my point.
they're part of the same. Yeah, they're part of that same progressive world
but the
order.
bigger picture, the bigger insult that I'm trying to imply here is Muslim men are the same as Western women.
Well, I mean, in temperament, definitely. In IQ, American women are far superior to Muslim men in IQ. Oh, I mean, and I'm not, and I, you know, and that's coming from me. Just to preface, that's coming from me. You know, like Americans in general,
that's a real condemnation of Islamic men with how fucking stupid modern women are.
And it's like the men in, what was it? There was a stat, they talked about the men in India, like 80% of men in India are not even stronger than an American woman, like the average American woman.
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah. The only reason they
which is why they rove in packs
on a woman is because it's a gang. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Got a whole bunch of shit to power through. Which, yeah. So, special representative in combating Islamophobia. Made a video about the terrorist attack. Didn't bother to mention the Jews. Just concerned about Islamophobia. So this is the closest thing we have to a right-wing party, One Nation. Led by Pauline Hanson, who's, again, our only politician that actually is willing to acknowledge the fucking problem.
Yeah. She also has a funny animated series on YouTube.
Yeah. So we saw that tweet, and so this is just someone responding to it. So moving on. Thankfully, the police use social media to warn everyone, keep them safe. Unless you're a teenager, of course. Yay, social media ban for teenagers. They can't get the fucking notice from the fucking police.
It's so stupid.
Yeah. So let's talk about white Western women. What the fuck is that whore wearing?
That stupid fucking, she's got that Pallywood rag on. Why the hell is she doing that?
Fuck her.
She wore that to the site where a bunch of Pally sympathizers fucking murdered a bunch of Jews. And she's wearing that fucking shit rag.
Oh, we all know why she does that.
Because she's a fucking idiot.
No, you know, I mean, at some point, you got to kind of admire her dedication to anti-Semitism. You know, like maybe she's really our girl, if you know what I'm saying. Like,
nah,
oh, hey, look! I recognize this guy. Case, and of course, they have a bunch of armed stormtroopers to protect them. Meanwhile, it was illegal for the people on the beach to have anything to protect them while they waited a figurative eternity for the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're not even allowed to use a stick to defend yourself. By the way,
you are not allowed to have a wet tissue for self-defense in Australia.
They might carry a jar of spiders with you everywhere you go in Australia. Just get some spiders, like 4 or 5 of them. You don't need to have a bunch. Just get a few of them, and if somebody starts doing shit, throw spiders in their face. In fact, I may start doing that here. My spiders aren't as scary as yours.
Yeah, but, Tristan says you can be an anti-Semite without being pro-Islamic. Well, someone should tell the white women.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
well, they don't understand the thing that
I know, Tristan. Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude, the peak of feminine mindset.
Hey, Dave. That's the Reich attitude.
Oh.
Nice.
No, I'm gonna leave that alone.
It does seem like the peak feminine attitude is that there's only 2 sides, and if you're against one side, you have to be the other side. It's been like this for fucking
do you know
50
why women side with Palestine, Trim? And there's probably multiple reasons, but this is one of them. Do you know why women side with Palestine, Trim?
Because they want a man?
The 2 reasons, because the Palestinians are brown, ignore all the Muslims in Israel, but the Palestinians are brown, and Israel fucking curb stomps them every time they do something stupid. And who do women side with? The losers.
Underdog.
Women seem to have a
There's
preference for
one more.
weakness. Go on.
One more, because all of these Palestinian radical groups have ties to Marxism and socialism.
Oh, that's true. You went through it in your segment the other week. And we
Yes.
need to talk about your fucking audio.
Yeah, that went in the toilet for some reason. I blame Dave for my OBS problems.
Wow,
Fair
real
enough.
woman move there, not taking accountability. for
Anyway,
Okay, so I found Tristan, just to address the comment in chat there, Tristan. It's a World Health Organization study that shows that hand grip strength among American women is higher than that among American men, or Indian men.
throw that in live shows. That's going to be funny for later.
Wow,
Oh,
get
that's
fucking
awesome.
fucked.
Dean. Oh, she's crushing my skull.
Sex, please, please.
No, that's not as particularly relevant because unfortunately the shithead was what the fuck was it? Was a citizen for some fucking reason. Yeah, he's the good boy. Sydney shoot his mother in denial over his Saturday. It's not a denial. He's an excellent Muslim. It's just it's just really fucking inconvenient for those of us who have to live in countries with Muslims that being a good Muslim means being a fucking abysmal human.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. National Cabinet agrees unanimously to strengthen Australia's strict gun laws in wake of Bondi terror attack. That's fucking great. How well does that work for Norway, Trim?
It's working fantastically. Yeah.
Hey, Trim, raise your hands if you live in a country that's had a bow-related terror attack.
What? Yes, we have actually. Oh, I now remember. God fucking damn it. Because here you go, guys. If you remove the guns.
For the
criminals get
autistic
created.
pedants in the chat, I don't think it was necessarily a terror attack, but Norway has had someone rampaging with a bow.
Oh yeah, we have bows, we have knives, machetes, because hey, if we remove one weapon, the criminal will fucking use anything else.
I mean, if they want to ban Muslims from having truck licenses, I'm okay with that too.
Oh, that won't stop them. They drive without a license all the time, dude.
Well, yeah, but they couldn't rent the truck then.
14-year-old girls who did the grenade attack in Sweden the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. What?
We had a grenade attack a couple of weeks ago here. It was a stun grenade, but of course the disingenuous media were like, grenade attack. But no, it was just a stun grenade. But funnily enough, stun grenades are just as illegal as real grenades. So where'd the stun grenade come from? And is it the same place as the gun that the guy also had for his assassination attempt? Because of course it's related. Of course it was organized crime.
Of course.
Here's Pauline Hanson. For decades she's been warning Australia about the dangers of letting people into this country if you integrate and assimilate with our way of life. Yep, who then have kids that they raise to be evil and hate us.
Back in the olden days, when I actually was a more delusional individual, when I believed that the politicians actually didn't want us exterminated, I thought that, hey, maybe people from the outside can integrate and learn, because obviously they will be willing to do so. Nowadays, I'm seeing the truth, and I know these things they don't want to integrate. They want to take over.
Well, of course they want to take over. It's in their fucking religion. They haven't had a significant enough reformation. In fact, I think this is the result of their fucking reformation. But why would they reform? What they're doing now seems to be working fucking great for them.
Oh, yeah. That fucking
Here we go.
pedophile
Here we
down
go. The only fucking politician to say it in clear words. Australia doesn't have a gun problem. We have a radical Islam problem.
There we go.
Damn.
So when are they going to be found dead in the street? Or in a ditch?
Well, they tried to lock her up as a political prisoner before. I actually did put her in prison for a load of trumped up nonsense, and I say it that way on purpose. Turns out on appeal it was all bullshit. That was a political prosecution.
Well, at least the retardation of the politicians works in favor sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Hasty says Australia must urgently review its immigration policy after allowing radical militant Islamists into the country. Pointing to the dipshit father's arrival on a student visa. Yes, student visa. Oh, but the students go home. Clearly they fucking don't.
You won't even be sent home now.
Well, he's kind of in a box, but...
it'll be temporary, and when he's out, he'll be given full fucking stipend and a free house.
The other kind of box, the one made of pine.
Oh. I thought you meant the sun.
No. The son, unfortunately, again, was born here. Magic soil, remember?
Oh, right. My bad.
And I still think we should send the son to fucking Gitmo.
Oh, yeah.
Governor
Honestly, why not just throw him in a... No.
And of course, the Governor General has urged Australians not to spread misinformation or disinformation. Like the fact that social media announced that the terrorists were Muslims before the news even got their pants on. And of course, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese continues to argue that the threat of the far right is driving rising tensions in the community, saying it remains his top priority when it comes to gun law reform. Let's have a look at this. It's pretty short.
Just briefly, to be clear, your priority from National Cabinet in relation to the gun laws, what is the #1 priority for you?
I would put them all together, making sure that they operate effectively and that they're...
He's a fucking idiot.
And that they're updated
for
the changing threat. We live in a more dangerous world in 2025.
Not this kind.
Whose fault is it, you fuckwit? Anti-Semitism. What kind of anti-Semitism, you worthless, useless, limp dick, no-brained, fucking cuckold? What kind of fucking anti-Semite? Say it, you bitch!
Maybe the one who has the whole thing inscribed in their fucking quote-unquote holy book? Only a theory.
Yeah.
Threats of other occurrences such
Spelled
as
H-O-L-E.
the far right.
The far right. he, right there, he fucking said, the far right. Fuck the far right. The magic fucking far right that exists of like 2 fucking people.
Yeah. The magic far right is as real as the fucking greater audience. Wider audience, sorry. Honestly, can I ask a question? Has there ever been a successful right-wing terror attack since 2011?
How fucking liberally do you feel like describing right-wing? Because a sovereign citizen shot up a bunch of cops recently, and they're calling that a terror attack, which is fucking nonsense. It's not a terror attack if a bunch of police serve a warrant on a sovereign citizen and the sovereign citizen shoots them. That's not a fucking terror attack. You fucking idiots.
The police to feel terror, so it's a terror attack, of course.
But hey, if we've got gun laws, why do the police need guns?
True. Honestly, the only right-wing terror attack I can remember that has been successful in any kind of way was fucking Breivik in 2011.
Well, there was also the fuckstick that shot up the mosque in New Zealand. And somehow New Zealand had new gun laws the next day. I'm sure...
Well, this shit's always just sitting in a drawer, ready to go.
Just like all these idiots that say, oh, America doesn't have a draft, or oh, Australia doesn't have a conscription. Yeah, right, fuckhead. I guarantee in some filing cabinet in Parliament or the fucking White House, buried in some fucking filing cabinet is going to be the draft act of insert date. Like, fuck, we don't have a draft. All it needs is these fuckheads to decide we have one. Because Australia doesn't have fucking separation of powers. This fuckhead can do basically what he wants.
Of course.
So yeah, Premier will recall state parliament to introduce the toughest gun laws in the country. Which is interesting after we've recently had one of our states go absolutely retarded and limit people to 5 guns. Yeah. Yeah, following a terrorist attack targeting Jews in Sydney by Islamic terrorists, the Prime Minister of Australia warns about far-right extremism. Like fucking clockwork. Every fucking time it's like clockwork. Jared Rennick, Australia doesn't have a problem with gun laws, it has a problem with mass immigration. And in particular, the failure of our intelligence agencies to detect extremists who live amongst us who do not want to integrate into our society. Exactly so. The USA is halfway to a draft array with the selective service registration all men have to. Yeah, it's almost as if these leftist retards forget what that's for. Here we go. Jonathan Wong, you're going to have to live like a child in bubble wrap because your retarded state will ban absolutely everything Islamists could use to kill you without ever addressing Islam. Good old John Wong. He's a good boy. And apparently he follows me for some reason.
Nice.
Yeah, New South Wales Police Commissioner, some fucking idiot, has issued a formal correction, which means that they lied, saying the Bondi attack applied for blah, 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 blah. Basically, he only got his gun license in 2023. You know, years after his son had been investigated for links to ISIS. Again, what is the point in living in an Orwellian surveillance state if the government can't even stop fucking crime? It's almost as if the government encourages civil disruption so that they can introduce new laws to restrict rights, like, I don't know, access to firearms or speech. We'll come back to that later. For no reason whatsoever, I mention that now. Meanwhile, of course, the Prime Minister said no evidence shooters were radicalised. Meanwhile, front of their car. Meanwhile, what they fucking look like. Actually, although I will say that there is another way that could be taken, which would make him correct. He didn't mean it that way, but there is some truth to it. These aren't radical Muslims. These are normal Muslims doing normal Muslim things. Do you know what a radical Muslim looks like? Eats bacon, drinks beer, likes dogs, and isn't a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Basically, a radical Muslim doesn't look anything like a fucking Muslim. Well, physically they do, but they don't act like them. Because a radical Muslim integrates. Normal Muslims do this shit. This isn't radical Islam. This is regular Islam. We know this because it's in their stupid fucking book. And apparently, the day after they found out that the terrorists traveled to the Philippines for military-style training. Impressive how they knew this the fucking next day, or 2 days later.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Close.
Anyway, yeah, so New South Wales Premier Chris Beans has made a sensational Freudian slip while discussing efforts to tackle anti-Semitism, saying, I'm committed to ensuring that this isn't a process that stops. Whether it's changing free speech laws, I'm prepared to take action. Defence Minister Richard Marles has ruled out taking a tougher stance on Muslim clerics who preach hate, deflecting to Nazi salute. But yelling death to Jews and globalise the Intifada. That's perfectly fine, apparently. Yeah, meanwhile, on news.com.au, dipshit Prime Minister warned of far-right threat, but wouldn't say the words Islamic extremism after Bondi attack. Fuckface.
Well, it's hilarious that every like sideways utterance from a white person gets run through this fucking conspiracy mill and gets mangled into some form of support for white supremacy. But when there's a bunch of fucking Muslims saying death to the West, kill all the white people, kill all the Jews, like, man, what could their motive be? But I don't
It is
know
a
what they planned.
mystery.
It's so obtuse.
Dave, I
Go
figured it
fuck
out.
yourself.
I figured it
Let's
out.
hear it. Let's hear it.
They
Let's hear
don't understand when they say it outright and directly because these idiots only speak in dog whistles.
Well, that could very well be. They postmodernized their own fucking their own vocabulary and discussion skills to where they can't actually have a rational discussion without trying to fucking overanalyze
Exactly.
bullshit.
If you're being honest and
You know
direct, they
what,
will
Dave? I
understand.
think we have a word for that. It's called newspeak.
Yeah.
There you
Oh,
And that's literally what Orwell says in the fucking book. Newspeak is designed so that people cannot form the thoughts necessary to be free. And like,
Right.
that's literally the fucking point of Orwell's newspeak. If you don't have the words for something, you cannot form the thoughts. And you sure as shit can't communicate the thoughts. So here we go. Some dipshit opposition leader says anyone who displays symbols of hate at the Sydney Harbour Bridge protest should be retrospectively arrested with non-citizen support. Okay, firstly, too little, too fucking late. Secondly, what do you mean hate symbol?
Yeah.
well, like a
'cause-
crescent and the star.
Exactly.
That
No,
symbol,
that
Or
is-
Palestinian
hates
flag.
everybody.
That's a hate symbol to me.
Yeah,
That's a mark of
Palestinians hate.
peace, and you will be. That's a mark of peace,
Mhm.
and you're evil for suggesting it. How dare you?
Thank you.
Pictures
So,
pictures of
quick as
his
a- oh,
pictures of Islamic
Go ahead, Dave.
terrorists is also something I consider to be a hate symbol, but no, they're just going to go
Right.
after the fucking swastika again.
right. Just as a quick aside, back to the newspeak. The other day I was talking to a dude at work about they had something that was failing. I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that back here," and he's like, "Oh, that's ungood." I said, "Yeah, that's double plus ungood," and we both had a good laugh about that. So for the newspeak, but yeah. Again, hate symbols, all this nonsense, like it's such selective bullshit. And it's retarded because the whole concept of hate, the whole concept of any emotion is entirely subjective. There's no objectivity in, like, if I hate somebody, there's no objective fucking reasoning for that. It's just it's emotion. It's subjective because any judgment I make that could, it's like, yeah, if my my neighbor was a fucking child molester, then yeah, I can hate them, but that's still my opinion. You know.
Well, speaking of people we all hate, New South Wales Premier Fucknuts says Parliament will be recalled on 22nd to 23rd December to pass stronger gun laws, including limits on weapon ownership, shotgun reclassifications, and reduced ammunition capacity. It will also explore prohibiting protests about international events. Reminder once again for the Americans to get out their copy of the fucking Bill of Rights and fucking pray to it.
If I ever move to America, I will fucking enshrine them all on a wall and just make it an entire worship room.
Oh, fucking no. If I ever get to move to the US, I'll have a fucking line of fucking engraved stone in the front yard. This is just the fucking Bill of Rights.
There you fucking go. Let this be a warning to those who enter.
Don't care about that. Yeah, there's the Bollard's piece again. Here we go. High-profile ABC journalist Laura Tingle has claimed Sunday's targeted attack at a Jewish festival at Bondi Beach was not motivated by religion.
Oh, fuck
Well,
off.
okay,
you
no, wait,
stupid
wait.
fucking bitch.
No, now there's some actual legitimacy to this, right? And hear me
Okay.
out here. It's because neither of the two combatants in that conflict are actually practicing a religion as we understand it in the West. They are
There you go.
practicing a tactic for controlling a society. They are acting as the kind of vanguard of an invading force, using a hostile ideology towards us to attack us. Now, they're doing it under the quote unquote,
You know
as
that's
a
not
religion,
what this
but it's
bitch
absolutely
means.
not a religion. Oh, no, yeah, no. Oh, I'm just saying. No, she's right for the wrong reasons.
It's as much of a religion as any other form of fucking delusion into the supernatural.
I wholeheartedly
cult of the
disagree.
mind,
I
yeah.
wholeheartedly disagree. That because there is no equivalency between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Yeah, well, just ignore the fact that they nominally worship
functions.
the same fucking god.
But that doesn't matter. They're still so culturally significantly different, and they don't worship the same fucking god. Not even close. Not even close.
I pretend
they try
it
to
is.
say Allah, whatever. They can pretend whatever the fuck they want, but it's not the same. It's not the same. And as much as like, and I'm an atheist too, Bez. Like I'm not.
Yeah, but saying that it's not a fucking religion
is
is such a bastardization of the term religion that it makes the fucking word
right.
religion useless. This is very.
Well, that's what because. Well, no, but it's the same thing as saying, well, everything's white supremacy. It's like, well, if everything's a fucking religion, then nothing's a religion. It's like there should be lines there. Now, I'm not going to be pedantic about it. I mean, I am being.
What the fuck do you mean you're not going to be pedantic about it?
Yeah, no, wait. So yeah, I said going forward, I'm not going to be pedantic about it. But right now, I would just like to point that out that, like she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand that. She doesn't understand that they're tactics, not religions, that they're methods for control and not methods to help bring you peace. They're methods for the government to perform top-down instruction on you, like we're seeing in Australia right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that out of the way, with that being said, yeah, fuck this bitch. She's an idiot. It's absolutely a fucking religious war between these two guys. Like, it's an ideological struggle between these two groups.
Well, that's it. Like, you don't do shit like this if you don't believe in a fucking higher power that's going to reward you for this shit. On a side note, since the son's still alive, I'm going to go on 4chan and find him 72 virgins. What kind of Christian, Tristan?
But
right, so yeah. Oh, Islam's not a religion. It's close enough. And I don't give me this, oh, Christians shit. There's 37 fucking thousand variety of Christian too. Like, don't fucking pretend that fucking Protestants, Catholics, fucking Mennonites, the Jehovah's Witnesses aren't massively fucking different.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
They're all Christian,
but okay,
but they're massively fucking different.
Let me put a finer point on that though. The other day I was arguing with some guy on Twitter about how he was saying, "Oh, those are Brahmins. They're not, or those are the Dalits. They're not Brahmins. They're not like us. Those are the low class guy." And I told him, I was like, the difference between you and them is a grain of rice compared to the canyon between you and me.
Exactly.
So there's a very big, like, the gradations of Christianity. Yeah, there's crazy ones, blah blah blah, whatever. That's the small part. Like, it's not quite an
crazy ones like Anglicans.
Like the rainbow wearing ones. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're quickly becoming the religion of peace and love and happiness, not the religion of God.
Yeah.
Very nice, Tristan. That's a distinction without meaning. The Jehovah's Witnesses aren't fucking Christian. Okay, Tristan. Okay. Also, the first ecumenical council. Who the fuck cares about this argument to fucking authority crap? Like, fuck me.
It's fucking useless. It's fucking useless. But see, it's all designed to it's kind of this anti-Christian mentality that is just swept across the West because it's the dominant religion. And somehow, if you go down that path and it's like, oh no, we've got to basically prove that Islam's better because it's exotic and new. It's this feminine bullshit.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to use another statement. Like, another thought I've just had is, like, to some extent, with obviously 2,000 years of fucking around in the middle, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, they're Abrahamic religions.
Well, two of them are. One's
Nah.
satanic, but
Well, I'm getting to that. But they're all based on the same book, just like actual Satanists.
I mean, Muslims, yeah.
No, not all Satanists are Muslims.
But all Muslims are Satanists.
I didn't say that. I just extremely strongly implied it.
I'm not under the watchful eye of your government, so I can say things.
Yes. But yes, the fucking idiots that run around going, worship Satan. It's like, cool, where'd you get that idea from?
Yep. Well, it's interesting because there's actually two flavors of Satanists. There's the ones who do it as LARPing, and then the ones who are the true believer types. And it's weird. The true believer types that I'm aware of all also seem to be very, very worried about Palestine.
Yeah.
Funny that.
So, you've got to power through this. Here we go. Josh Frydenberg unloads on the PM. Look, he's wearing a little hat and everything. And Prime Minister, I heard you say yesterday that you were ready for the fight on guns. So let me tell you, guns may have stolen the lives of 15 innocent civilians, but, no. But it was radical Islamist ideology that pulled the trigger. And if you, Prime Minister, can't say those words, Islamist ideology, if you can't speak, then you can't solve. Yeah. Again, what kind of anti-Semite are you?
That really does speak to the problem here. But as I said earlier, it ain't easy being Albanese because you gotta find who has the most.
You've got to you've got to force yourself to never say the word Islam when talking about Islam.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Melbourne, suddenly a mural about globalize the Intifada suddenly got painted over.
Oh no.
Yeah.
However, did this happen?
Yeah. Yeah. So One Nation again. Yes, I'm sure that the attack was not remotely encouraged by this. Like, is it linked specifically to this? No. But these protests that were endorsed by Australian politicians created an environment that made them think that there'd be more people that are favourable to their actions. And that is a significant problem. Like, if you're like, oh, you can't have this march because of whatever reason, like, you do start to get into right to protest issues, but if a politician's sitting there endorsing it, maybe that's the fucking problem. So the politicians have helped to encourage this environment. So the Victorian Premier, some dumb broad, held a press conference starring terrorist sympathizer, some fucking Indian and some other fucking Indian, and then some cuckold in the background. So yeah, there to talk about how multiculturalism is so good. Cool. Yeah, nice. You're full of shit. Fuck off. And yeah, so yeah, we're going to get reforms to make an offence to promote hate or violence, treating hate as an aggravating factor for online threats and criminalising advocacy for racial supremacy. What the fuck does promoting hate or racial supremacy count as? Does saying Islam is shit and incompatible with the West count as racial supremacy? It presumably does, so fuck me, I'm looking forward to going to prison. At least that's where the white supremacists are, I guess.
what gets me is this conflation with Islam and race. I just cannot wrap my head around it. It's every damn place I look, and like, but it's not, and they still wander around spouting that. And it's truly interesting to me that they've hit on like the one part of intersectional tactics that they just cannot let go. But we are, nonetheless.
Yeah. In short, criticizing Israel and Jewish supremacy and advocating for white nationalism will become a federal crime in the coming weeks. Don't forget the part where like, I don't give two shits about Israel. My only question is, why are we giving them that? Why are they my problem? In fact, I do not give a shit what Israel gets up to in the Middle East. I don't care what they do to fucking Palestine. I just want to know why the fuck it's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
God.
And you know, it's
oh,
funny,
look, here's a good
again,
Christian to tell us that we need guns to defend ourselves because we can't rely on the police.
I genuinely do worry for Shad at this stage.
Yeah.
He's in fucking Victoria. It's the worst fucking state in the country. And that's saying a lot.
I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate that he has such a broad reach, right? Like maybe he pisses them off and they go after him very publicly to make an example of him, or maybe he's so popular that they don't go after him because of the incredible amount of backlash.
Well, I suppose it depends on how popular he is in Australia.
Well, I'm going to posit this. If there are enough Americans who get upset over this, I could see Trump saying something.
What, like endorsing Tony Gonzalez?
I mean, possibly, but it's something where it would make it escalate to an international incident where all eyes are on Australia, which I think would be a good thing if they go that hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so Shad just continues on. Interviewer, will there be greater emphasis on shutting down hate speech by Muslim clerics? Nazi salute.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Palestinians and Nazis do have a long history together.
Yeah, well, Islam and Hitler did work together. It's almost as if they have the same opinion on something. What was it that Muslims and Hitler agreed on? Can't
something might involve different forms of gases. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, that's right. Hitler was a vegan, so they both agreed that bacon is bad, right? That's the similarity.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh dear. Which tells you everything you need to know about vegans, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, the Bondi hero, some Muslim, branded a traitor for saving Jewish lives. It may not be every Muslim, but it's enough. It's more than 1 in a fucking million, which is all they needed to go after the guns.
You know what? You just brought up a really good point. A really good point. Like, because, you know, I mean, it's a big deal to them. That's why they live their fucking law. Does he get in trouble for saving Jews? You know, does he get in trouble for aiding the enemy? Like, does he get ostracized by his religion for coming to the rescue of Jewish people? Like, I'm just really curious about that, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess I'm not trying to be glib, really. I'm very serious. Like, what's the long-reaching implications for this guy in his community for doing that?
That is an excellent question, and probably.
You know, does he maintain the same hero status within his own community that he has outside of it? or does he become a vile Jew lover? You know, like that's super curious.
Yeah,
because it could totally go either way,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like I think they, and I may be attributing too much decency, or again, I'm attributing a level or a universal morality that doesn't apply to them in their own minds. But I would think, you know, per the teachings of your God, you should prevent people from being murdered intermittent or indiscriminately. But
well,
I guess it depends on your definition of people, though.
Yeah, funnily
No,
enough,
fair.
they made it very clear in their book. Conveniently for us, they made it very clear on what they consider to be people. They consider people to only be Muslims. It's quite clear. It's in black and white and dog shit. Sorry, camel shit.
Same thing.
No, dogs are superior to. Probably can't finish that sentence.
They do have
dogs are superior to camels.
Irrational fear.
And a thing I'm not allowed to mention.
Yeah.
Yes. Protected quality under the law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Frank, as Frank says, they just say in the book, non-Muslims are subhuman. And I mean, the fucking Muslims themselves recognize Christians as being closer to Muslim than non-Christians. So, yeah.
Yep.
But that's what, at the time that the book was read, back when Christianity still remembered the fucking Old Testament. You know, the bits where you pray to God and he crumbles the walls as your enemy and then you behead them all. That bit.
Yeah, the Crusades did nothing wrong.
No, they didn't. Isn't that right, Trim? He's dead. Yeah. So, Prime Minister, Prime Traitor Fuckstain McShitweasel has announced a national gun buyback scheme. The first since John Howard's response to Port Arthur in 1996, with the government expecting hundreds of thousands of firearms to be surrendered. He cited the Queensland and Desi Freeman police killings by sovereign citizens as justification for tighter controls. No, fuck off, eat shit and die. No, gun buyback. You disingenuous shitweasel. You mean a partially compensated mass confiscation of law-abiding citizens' private fucking property. Fourth Amendment. Well, there you go.
I never fucking understood that. I never understood that shit because they never give you the full value of the weapons or anything the government takes from you to in a quote-unquote buyback, which is bullshit in itself. They never give you the full value for it. They give you a estimated value and then take the lowest possible number out of that. They're just stealing from you and then hoping you think the piss isn't rained.
Yeah.
Rain?
But it's so fucking hard. They like buyback. Yeah. No, he wants to dilute the fucking issue with what the Americans think of as a buyback. Which is you go down to the Walmart parking lot and you hand in your fucking high point because you realize you're a fucking idiot and get a gift card and then go buy something better. No, this isn't a
nice dinner out.
This is a buyback fucking buyback. Oh, it's a voluntary buyback. Yeah, and if you don't voluntarily sell your guns back to the government, they'll send around armed men to shoot you in the fucking head. It's Soviet voluntary.
How can it be a buyback if the government didn't have the fucking guns in the first place?
Because fuck you, that's
why.
why.
They just be buying your guns? They're trying to make it seem like
stealing them
the
under threat of death, and then giving you a pittance so you shut the fuck up faster.
Well, the thing about government, so, is that they believe they own you, they own everything you have and everything you will have. So for them, it is a buyback.
It's very Soviet, isn't it, Trim?
It is. Like in Norway, too. Like everywhere. The government is fucking evil.
Yeah, so of course we get new legislation, including powers to remove face coverings at protests. Is that going to apply to the fucking burqa? Do it. I fucking dare you. Take someone's burqa off. You can go on, you fucking pussies.
Oh my God. Yeah, do it, bitches.
And
I
actually,
got the perfect meme from 4chan for that one.
Actually, I've got the perfect meme from the United Cuckdom, or possibly live shows for that. So, someone has, here we go. Danny has helpfully posted this. British man dressed in a full burqa and walked past police officer previous claims of loophole facial recognition and stopping police enforcement. Note to any Australians that want to protest, just put on burqa. Try these fucking idiots.
Chess right there, dude. 4D chess. Like, fuck you guys.
Yeah. No, it's playing the game that they've set out the rules for, and it's like, no, not only is he doing that, but he's also transgender, so he can claim that now.
Oh yeah, the transition of his gender and race has left him scarred and deformed.
But play that video if you got it, dude, because it is fucking funny.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, play it. It's a short one. It's only 30 seconds.
You can't tell if it's a man or a woman. It's just a fucking hair break.
Well, it's a garbage. He's a ghost right now.
Yeah.
You can look at it. What's he doing?
That is just fucking amazing.
Yeah, that was fucking good. Oh, let's do that last bit again because it's so fucking good.
Good. Take that. That flag doesn't belong there. Get rid of it.
Yep.
But it's fucking hilarious that he just walked right past him and they didn't do shit.
He intentionally walked right in front of each of them's face.
Yeah. You ever spend time looking for your glasses only to find them in your pocket after like 5 minutes?
I've
glasses in the pocket.
What I regularly do is I look for my phone to look something up while I'm talking to someone on the phone.
Yeah.
Let me look that up. Where's my fucking goddamn it?
I feel like an idiot. Yeah.
On that.
I was at the dollar store buying paper for painting one day, and there was a gal in front of me talking on her phone, and she got up to the register and was like looking for something, and then she's like, where is it? I can't find my phone. And she's talking on the phone, telling the person on the phone, I can't find my phone. I don't know where it is. I'm at the dollar store. I lost my phone. Hold on. Then after about 3 minutes, she was like, oh my God. And I laughed. I was like, holy shit, I'm glad I'm not the only person that does that. And she got pissed and left. She left all indignantly. And while me and the cashier chuckled about it, she left fucking all mad and indignant. Like, well, I mean, you did a stupid thing in front of everybody. What do you want me to fucking do about it? But yeah, that was hilarious. The same vein. So,
oh dear.
Stupid prices.
Yeah. Right. So, apologies for that taking way longer than a normally scheduled segment.
Well, that's really important. It's an incredibly important story that's going to have wide-reaching and echoing consequences, not just throughout Australia, but throughout the entire fucking Western world. We all have to deal with this renewed wave of fucking bullshit that's going to come from us calling out the evil monsters for being evil monsters.
One thing I thought about trying to put onto the thumbnail is they import people who hate us and want us dead, and then when they kill us, they punish us for dying.
Right. Yeah, pretty much, dude. It's like your fault all up and down.
Yep.
So.
And we all have to fucking live through this, yeah. So we're gonna have to be on a somewhat of a time crunch for the rest of it. But yeah, I thought that was important to go through. Just how fucking cut and brain dead. I think Dave said it better. it's the most pathetic, piss-sweet, cowardly, limp-wristed, cuckold shit in the fucking world.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bunch of... I want to start jumping game modes. A bunch of filthy fucking insert. Actually, hold on. I've got a thing for this. Where is that? Is it actually here? Nah. Apparently I've lost the thing that I was looking for. I did. Oh, hold on. Is that it? Yeah. No. Here we go. Just because a bunch of filthy, limp-wristed. Yeah, I don't think that enough that time.
I want to hear the full cut.
But yeah, no idea if that actually cut it out properly.
I did.
That's
dear.
great.
Gotta love a good old-fashioned bleep.
I hope that actually cut off what I said, but anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. Because it's true. A bunch of limp-wristed bitches.
Based.
Yep.
I'm just so sick and tired of this shit. But it's just boiling up, and even more people are just reacting to it, and that's the only fucking reason I'm not doing anything stupid right now.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the normal stupid shit that I do every day, yeah.
I mean, regular stupid is regular stupid. But...
Yeah. I'm just going to be stupid. So, yeah. Oh.
Oh, dear. Right. Let's see. We'll go over to Dave's segment. There we go.
Yeah.
And we'll have a go.
Okay. Let me know when we're ready to go.
We are. We're ready to go.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. And my shit, my fucking stream keeps pausing. Anyhow, okay. So first off, before I jump into this, before I jump into this article, which we've all heard about, I'm gonna do a little fucking tech support for you guys. So everybody who has the numbers and shit appended after your fucking name in YouTube, I'm gonna show you how to fix that real quick. So the first thing you do, open up your YouTube page, and you click View Your Channel. And then you click this link to join my Discord, and then you go to Customize Channel. That will pop up. That will open up the YouTube Creator Studio, which everybody has access to. You don't need to be a fucking creator or whatever. This is where you put the banner and all the other gay shit on your profile, on your channel. So that will give you the opportunity to change your handle. So your handle does have to be unique, but you don't have to have that specific random number appended to it. And so that's what I know. This happened, like, I think it was like 3 or 4, actually I think it was maybe a month ago that that YouTube implemented that change that fucked up everyone's usernames. This is how you fix it. Okay. With that being said, and many of you have probably heard about this article or not already, but we're going to go through it here. Jacob Savage wrote an article for Compact Magazine in the last week. But it's been getting huge. Actually, he wrote it on the 15th. It's been getting huge traction because what it does is it really highlights how, one, we've lost control in the West, but the actual on the ground consequences of that. So I'm going to start off. We're going to read through a bit of it, and we'll talk about it on the way, just like we do with normal articles. This isn't an angry PowerPoint. That will be my second segment if we get to it. So for 15 years, I've scalped tickets to pay the bills, but in January 2016, I almost managed a real career. I was 31. I'd been in Los Angeles for 5 years writing scripts. There had been minor successes, a couple of small projects optioned, and I'd recently started writing with my best friend. We were writing constantly, making each other better, building momentum. Success felt close. Back then, it always did. We'd written a pilot script that a veteran showrunner had agreed in a very theatrical, very Hollywood sort of way to come on to. The project had fizzled, so we were surprised when an executive emailed us out of the blue to meet. The showrunner explained he'd submitted us for an upcoming writer's room he was going to run. The exec had loved our pilot and wanted to hire us. That was it. The moment our careers were supposed to take off. We'd put in our time. I'd been tutoring SATs and reselling tickets to make ends meet while I wrote, and 5 years seemed par for the course based on the slightly older guys we knew who'd made it. But of course, by 2016, we were already too late, which everybody here knows. Before 2016, that was my major hope for Trump coming in on 2016, was to stamp out this woke bullshit and purge it from our government whole cloth. And I was not a full supporter of him during his first administration, when I saw he was not doing that and he was letting too much of it get into his government. Anyhow, back to the article. The showrunner emailed us back apologetically. I had initially thought I might be able to bring you guys on, he wrote, but in the end, it wasn't possible. We met with the executive anyways, Gen X white guy who told us how much he loved our pilot, but the writers' rooms were small, he explained apologetically. The higher level writers were all white men. They couldn't have all white male rooms. Maybe if the show got another season, they'd be able to bring us on. They never did. The door seemed to close everywhere all at once. In 2011, the year I moved to Los Angeles, white men were 48% of lower level TV writers. By 2024, they accounted for just 11.9%. The Atlantic, notorious progressive rags, editorial staff went from 53% male to 89% and 89% white in 2013 to 36% male and 66% white in 2024. White men fell from 39% of tenured track positions in the humanities at Harvard in 2014 to 18% in 2023. In retrospect, 2014 was the hinge, the year DEI became institutionalized across American life. In industry after industry, gatekeepers promised extra consideration to anyone who wasn't a white man, and then provided just that. With every announcement of promotions, there was a desire to put extra emphasis on gender or race. A former management consultant recalled, and when you don't fall into those groups, that message gets louder and louder and gains more and more emphasis. On the one hand, you want to celebrate people who have been at a disadvantage. On the other hand, you look and you say, wow, the world is not rooting for you. In fact, it's deliberately rooting against you.
Can we stop there for a second, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
They say you want to celebrate people who have been at a disadvantage. Who? Who the fuck are the people who...
Right.
Who the fuck who is alive right now has been at a disadvantage? Actually, no, let me rephrase that. Who born after 1970 in the US has been at a disadvantage?
Right. Well, this is... but that's all predicated on the notion that everybody in the world, every fucking refugee, every person from every shithole country in the world is disadvantaged because they're not here, and we need to bring them here and give them advantages. That's kind of what that system is.
Which is ludicrous. People in other countries aren't our fucking fault, problem, or responsibility.
Exactly.
If some retard wants to give money to some charity that won't actually feed the Africans, firstly, stop, you retard. Their entire fucking population is funded by charity. Do you want to know what a global financial collapse will do? It will kill off 95% of Africans. If the US dollar stops being worth money, the Africans are going to die because they've got no fucking infrastructure or agriculture.
Yep.
Yeah.
90% might be an exaggeration, but a massive amount of Africans will die if the foreign money becomes worthless. So why the fuck are we just giving them more and more and more? No. Hold it steady and better yet slowly reduce it if you're feeling compassionate.
But, the same thing could be said for India and Africa, or in Mexico as well, and South America. Like every one of those countries, Somalia, India, Pakistan, they all have huge chunks of their economy that is based entirely on remittances from the United States. So,
and I wasn't just talking about remittances, I was talking about direct funding. But yes, remittances as well.
So, anyhow, back to the article now.
Go on.
As the Trump administration takes a chainsaw to the diversity, equity, and inclusion apparatus, there's a tendency to portray DEI as a series of well-meaning but ineffectual HR modules. Undoubtedly, there has been ham-fisted DEI programming that is intrusive or even alienating, explained Kigna Yamada Taylor.
Traditional European name.
Right. We'll check the early life on that one. But for the most part, it is a relatively benign practice meant to increase diversity while also sending a message that workplaces should be fair and open to anyone, which is a bunch of retarded woman speak.
Yeah.
It's bullshit and meaningless.
Nominally, equality of opportunity isn't a bad idea. But firstly, where's the evidence that diversity is in any way good?
Right. So they're really leaning hard. So they're leaning hard into that diversity narrative bullshit to just get it throughout the whole it's so fucking it's frustrating how that shit has been infiltrated into our society. And the notion that, like I said, they said ideological diversity is our strength. If we have multiple ideologies, but really,
funny how they only have one.
A bunch of different people. Well, right, exactly. They've confused demographic diversity with ideological diversity. Demographic diversity, and while there is some arguments for like hybrid vigor and shit like that, it doesn't necessarily do anything beneficial for our society, but just dilute our gene pool and bring us all down to the lowest fucking common denominator.
There was more fucking diversity of thought in a 1943 German war room than there is in the average corpo fucking office.
Exactly. Because it's all communist struggle session lockdowns through the HR departments, which this is talking about. Anyhow, this may be how boomer and Gen X white men experience DEI, but for white male millennials, DEI wasn't a gentle rebalancing. It was a profound shift in how power and prestige were distributed. Yet practically none of the thousands of articles and think pieces about diversity have considered the issue by cohort. This isn't a story at all about white men. It's a story about white male millennials in professional America, about those who stayed and those who mostly stayed quiet. The same identity a decade apart meant entirely different professional fates. If you were 40 in 2014, born in 1974, beginning your career in the late 90s, you were already established. If you were 30 in 2014, you hit the wall. Because the mandates to diversify didn't fall on older white men, who in many cases still wield enormous power. They landed on us. So put some quotes around that white in there. Anyhow, media matters. It may be hard to remember now, but a decade ago, the prevailing critique of American journalism was that it was woefully lacking in gender and racial diversity. There had been hope that new media would be different and that the internet might bring a wider range of voices. But by mid-2010s, that optimism was waning. New media ventures like Vox, BuzzFeed, Political, other shit rags are trying to shake up the way people are getting their news and entertainment online, reported the National Propaganda Radio in 2014. But critics say those newsrooms and leadership roles are overwhelmingly made up of white men. Which isn't a fucking coincidence. That's not a coincidence.
No, but also just because that's true doesn't mean it's a fucking problem.
Right. Well, in a hierarchy of competence, you're generally going to have the majority people in there. So anyhow,
pull out the bell curve. When it comes to the best people in the world at something, it's going to be men.
Right.
But also, when you look
Right.
at the worst people in the world, it's also men.
Yeah.
Bell curves, motherfucker.
Right.
Yep.
The smartest and the dumbest people in the world are men.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which explains a
most
lot
annoying
about
ones are
women
women.
being fucking midwits. Or women adjacent men.
Mediocre.
Yep.
Critics were mostly right. Gawker was still 57% male and 79% white. Vice was majority male and 70% white. At 5:38, Nate Silver complained about a gender gap so severe that
God.
only 15% of applications were from women. So it's not that they were not
Interesting
hiring
how
women,
they
it's that
don't.
women didn't want those fucking jobs.
Yeah, interesting
They-
how in
they-
that one they didn't mention what proportion of the employees were women. I'd be willing to bet that 50% of the applicants might be women, but I bet it was more than 15% that were actually employed there.
I mean, maybe or maybe not, but it's not like
It's not. It shouldn't be relevant anyway.
So this is something. Now, this is something that I experienced when I was in IT. When we were looking for someone, and I'd talk to HR people, and they're like, "Well, you know, they want to hire women, but we don't have any women applicants." It's like, okay, so what do you got to do? Fucking go caveman club a bitch to come make her apply for this fucking IT job? It's like, no. If they don't want to do IT, I'm not going to fucking make a woman do IT, because if you force people to do shit like that, they do it poorly, and that's exactly what we're seeing reflected in society
aren't we
right
just?
now. So,
yeah.
So let me finish the article here, because it's a really long one. It's like I said, I'm not going to read it all. It was in the world that Andrew arrived in 2015. He took a job at prominent new media organizations and was put on the general assignment desk, monitoring breaking news and cranking out overnight write-ups. It was rewarding, he told me. But if you can imagine working a full-time gig, nights, weekends, and then on top of that, trying to build up a beat on the side that could eventually propel you into something sustainable, it's always difficult. He enjoyed the work and developed a beat. There was still a general optimism in the air, especially around new media. I had very well-regarded deep dives and occasional scoops, he said. I had credibility as someone who had come from a more left-leaning perspective, was well-sourced on the left, but was willing to give them a kick in the teeth every now and then. At the time, it felt really about holding power to account and giving new ideas a fair airing. After college, before he'd moved into journalism, Andrew had worked in the nonprofit world. Ambient talk about diversity and power structures had been part of the general atmosphere, and he'd never much thought about it. In any progressive space, there was always at least some concern about representation, he explained. I did not see that in any way impeding my advancement for the next 6 or 7 years of my career. But that view became harder to sustain. In 2019, David Haskell, who had just been named editor-in-chief of New York Magazine, was asked to respond to staff disappointment that another white man had been elevated to the role. I understand that reaction. Part of me shares it, he told his staff.
He doesn't share it enough to resign.
No, of course not. Well, it puts money in his pocket. These guys' principles is only $1 away.
Mm-hmm.
The most effective way to move the needle on diversity hiring is for a strong, loud commitment to come from the very top of the masthead. I plan to do exactly that. Andrew didn't work at New York, but he watched similar pressures reshape his newsroom. He'd been there for 5 years, a beat reporter who couldn't seem to move up. And suddenly, all anybody could talk about were diversity metrics. Management was, as he put it, obsessive about recruiting people of color. But the pool was small, and anyone promising was quickly poached by the New York Times or cable news. With all the declarations these newsrooms had been making, the imperatives, enough white guys already, seemed to me to be the mantra. He told me, and you couldn't help but wonder if that meant you were being passed up for opportunities, even in your own organization. Institutions pursuing diversity decided that there would be no black backsliding. If a position was vacated by a woman or person of color, that expectation was it would be filled by another woman of color, or woman or person of color. The hope was always that you were going to hire a diverse candidate, a senior hiring editor at the major outlet told me. If there was a black woman at the beginning of her career you wanted to hire, you could find someone, but if she was any good, you knew she would get accelerated to New York Times or the Washington Post in short order. The truth is, after years of concerted effort, most news outlets had already reached the quietly suppressed gender parity. By 2019, the newsrooms of ProPublica, Washington Post, New York Times were majority female, as were new media upstarts Vice, Vox, BuzzFeed, and the Shithuff Post.
That's an interesting series of names, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, funny, huh?
Also, they're all dead. So suck shit.
Yeah.
Suck on my Hulk. Suck on my Hulk. Suck my Hogan.
But then 2020 happened and the wheels came off. In the aftermath of George Floyd's death, newsrooms tripped over themselves to stage a reckoning. The New York Times solidly promised sweeping reforms on top of the sweeping reforms it had already promised. The Washington Post declared it would become the most diverse and inclusive newsroom in the country. CNN pledged a sustained commitment to race coverage, while Bon Appetit confessed that our mastheads have been far too white for too long. And the magazine had tokenized many BIPOC staffers and contributors because they were fucking tokens. NPR went further still, declaring that diversity was nothing less than its North Star. These weren't empty slogans either. In 2021, new hires at Condé Nast were just 25% male, 49% white. At the California Times, parent company of the LA Times, the San Diego Union Tribune, they were just 39% male and 31% white. That year, ProPublica hired 66% women, 58% people of color, and NPR, 78% of new hires were people of color. For a typical job, we'd get a couple hundred applicants, probably at least 80 from white guys, the hiring editor said. I was just given that we weren't going to hire the best person. It was jarring, or it was a given that we weren't going to hire the best person. It was jarring how we would talk about excluding white guys. The pipeline hadn't changed much. White men were still nearly half the applicants, but they were now filling closer to 10% of open positions. Suddenly, in Andrew's newsroom, everything was driven by identity. There were endless diversity trainings, a racial climate assessment. At one point, reporters were told that they had to catalog in minute detail the identity characteristics of all their sources. Andrew had been instrumental in forming the union at his company and objected when negotiations shifted from severance pay and parental leave to demands about racial quotas. They wanted to do like emergency hires of black people, he said. He questioned these new priorities. The response was swift. On a Zoom call, women could clap back at something I was saying, and other women would snap their fingers in the chat window, he recalled. It was this whole subculture thing being introduced wholesale. Desperate for advancement, he'd had the same job, the same title for nearly 6 years. Andrew looked elsewhere. I applied for positions at The Atlantic, Politico, CNN, The Washington Post, 3 different desks at the New York Times, he told me, but newsrooms were contracting, which only made the competition more intense. When scarcity sets in, you start to worry about things a little bit more, Andrew reflected. This was a business model problem that was exacerbated by the racial and gender preference problem. The Atlantic, Andrew, at The Atlantic, Andrew didn't even get an interview. Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief, had described his hiring philosophy back in 2019. By opening up the possibilities of younger people, women, and people of color, by imagining their rise in a deliberate way, I've just widened the pool of potential leadership. There's no quota system here, which was a fucking lie. Goldberg was candid about another, less comfortable reality. It's really, really hard to write a 10,000-word cover story, he said in the same interview. There's not a lot of journalists in America who can do it. The journalists in America who do it are almost exclusively white males. Yeah, no shit. With or without quotas, the Atlantic succeeded in hiring fewer of these white males. Since 2020, nearly 2/3 of the Atlantic's hires have been women, and with nearly 50% along with nearly 50% people of color. In 2024, the Atlantic announced that 3/4 of its editorial hires in the past year had been women, and 69% were people of color. The irony was, where older white men remained in charge, especially where they remained in charge, there was almost no room to move up. If you hired a team of white guys around you, you were putting a target on your back, recalled the hiring editor. At the New York Times Magazine, one of the few prestige magazine with a public masthead. Jake Silverstein, a Gen X white man,
Silverstein.
Yeah. A Gen X quote white man serves as editor-in-chief, and Bill Wasik, another Gen X quote white man, serves as editorial director. But 9 millennial senior editors and story editors below them. But there was just one white guy, and he'd been there since 2012, effectively grandfathered in. At the very bottom of the ladder, picture looked a little different. Since 2020, only 7% of Los Angeles Times interns have been white men.
Holy shit. Between
2018 and 2014, of the roughly 30 summer interns each year, the WAPO just 2 are at the WAPO. Just 2 or 3 years, or 2 or 3 were white men. In 2025, coincident with certain political shifts, the post-intern class had 7 white guys, number not seen since way back in 2014. In 2018, the New York Times replaced its summer internship with a year-long fellowship. Just 10% of the nearly 200 fellows have been white men. Other pipelines dried up as well. The alt weeklies that gave misfit young men their start have shed them entirely. There are no white men on the editorial staff of the Seattle Stranger or on the staff of Indie Week. As of late 2017, there were 6 white men at the top masthead for the Portland Mercury, but 2024, there was just one, the boomer editor-in-chief. By the early 2020s, many journalists I spoke to noticed something else. The young white men who once flooded internships and fellowship pools had simply stopped applying. Gen Z men had absorbed the message that journalism was not for them. The femaleness is striking, a well-known Gen X reporter with impeccable liberal bona fides confided. It's like, wow, where have the guys gone? In less than a decade, the entire face of the industry changed. The New York Times newsroom was gone, from 57% male and 78% white in 2015 to 46% male and 66% white in 2014. Condé Nast today is just 35% male and 60% white. BuzzFeed, a media operation that has been 52% male and 75% white in 2014, was just 36% male and 52% white in 2023. But nothing explains New York or the new media story quite like Vox, whose explainers dominated 2010's discourse and whose internal demographics capture the decade's professional shift. In 2013, Ezra Klein came under fire for his startup's lack of diversity.
Fuck Ezra Klein, you worthless piece of shit.
Right. Vox Media was 82% male and 88% white. By 2022, the company was just 37% male and 59% white. And by 2025, leadership was 73% female, which that just sounds like the absolute worst fucking place to work in the world. I can't imagine being a dude that would I can't imagine being a dude that would like to fucking do that. It sounds like an absolute nightmare and headache to me every fucking day, every minute. It would suck.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
It's like working for a school anymore.
Yeah, no shit. The demographic shift reshaped not only who told the stories, but which stories got told. After George Floyd's death, Andrew's colleague Lucas was assigned a piece about why you should never call the police. I remember having to interview one of these abolitionists for a story about how how if somebody breaks into your car or your home, it's white supremacy to call the cops, even if you need it for an insurance report, Lucas told me. That always made me feel gross. I think back on that.
As a quick aside, a few years ago, I agreed that the abolish the police people were idiots. Not for the same reasons, but I thought it was stupid. Nowadays, I've rapidly come to the conclusion that I agree with them for different reasons. They think we should abolish the police because it's racist to report car thieves. I think we should abolish the police so we can shoot car thieves.
Yeah.
Is the only reasonable position.
Honestly, yeah. If they value their our stuff more than their lives, they're welcome to try.
Yep. You think your stuff is worth more than their life? Okay, firstly, they agree with me.
Yeah.
Right.
Secondly, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Newsrooms were center left places in 2005. The prominent Gen X reporter told me now they're incredibly left places. I imagine one reason newsrooms have gotten more explicitly lefty is that you have white guys and white women adopting kind of protective coloration, allyship mindset to get through the door. Andrew, for his part, was unable to adopt the performative allyship that had become expected. I always thought I was an effeminate nerd growing up, but my way of expressing myself now puts me in the most masculine end of the men in media. He told me, I started to pick up on the fact that there wasn't much room for people who even speak in my timbre.
The oh my's are now the most masculine people in the fucking media. Jesus Christ, no wonder it's screwed. Holy shit.
He was recruited for a senior reporter position in a more prestigious outlet. Jumping through hoops every step of the way, as he told me. But by the end, it felt like a cruel joke. Extensive interviews, writing tests, endless meetings with various editors, only to find out months later that the job had gone to someone a decade younger than him, a gay man of color, who managed to go from intern to assistant editor to senior reporter in less than 2 years. If you're a white man, you got to be a superstar. Andrew told me, you can't help feeling like no matter how good you are, you were born in the wrong year. As he saw it, the industry had its super successful white guys who'd made it before 2014 and were functionally Gen X. But for everyone else, moving up in a contracting industry was nearly impossible. I was kind of grandfathered in during one era and had achieved a level ongoing in 2015 to 2024 where it just didn't really affect me. One of these superstar journalists told me, after surviving years of buyout, Andrew finally made senior reporter in 2023, but felt it was less like recognition than consolation prize. He was coming up on 40, unmarried, little room for forward or lateral movement when the next round of buyouts hit. He decided it was time to leave. Okay, so the ivory tower. There are many stories suggesting we tell ourselves about race and gender, especially in academia. But the one thing everyone I spoke to seemed to agree on is it's best not to talk about it, at least not in public, at least not with your name attached. The humanities are so small, a millennial professor nervously explained. There's a difference between thinking something and making common knowledge that you think it, said another. So it came as a bit of a shock when David Austin Walsh, a Yale postdoc and left-wing Twitter personality, decided to detonate any chance he had at a career with a single tweet. I'm a 35-year-old male. I'm 4+ years past PhD, and quite frankly, I'm also a white dude, he wrote on X. Combine these factors together, and I'm for all intents and purposes unemployable in the 21st century as a 20th century American historian. The pile-on was swift and vicious. You are all just laughable, he wrote the New York Times, Nicole Hannah cunt. Have you seen the data on professorships? White males are 30% of the U.S. population, but nearly 40% of faculty.
Oh, what about professors under 40?
Right. Well, it's funny how they don't see a correlation there, other than racism.
No, it
tweeted a 10-year
turns out
professor.
that the people on the bell curve that has more intelligent people and also has more autistic people, or at least more people with autistic traits, account for most professors. Highly intelligent, obsessed people are more likely to be professors. Shocking.
Yeah, which is exactly who you want being professors.
Yeah, it's kind of self-selecting.
Let's see.
But I will get DEI and fix that.
Yep.
Sorry, go on.
It didn't matter as far back as 2012, women were more likely to be tenure tracked across the humanities than men, or that in 2015, peer-reviewed studies suggested that STEM hiring favored women, or that the CUPAHR, an association of academic DEI professionals, found that assistant professors of color, 35%, and female assistant professors, 52%, are overrepresented in comparison to U.S. doctoral degree recipients, 32% versus 44%. In other industries, what mattered were the optics. When people looked at academia, they still saw old white men, lots of them. A big part of why it's hard to diversify is turnover is really slow. A tenured millennial professor explained, and that's become worse now because boomers live a long time. Many elite universities once held mandatory retirement at 70, but in 1994, Congress sunsetted the academic exemption for age discrimination, locking in the demographics of the largely white male professorate for a generation. White men may still be 55% of Harvard's arts and sciences faculty, and again, white, down from 63% a decade ago. But this is a legacy of boomer and Gen X employment patterns. For tenure track positions, the pipeline for future faculty, white men have gone from 49% in 2014 to 27% in 2024. In the humanities, have gone from 39 to 29%. The pipeline and the cohorts haven't changed much. Newly minted humanities PhDs have been evenly split between men and women for a decade now, and white men outnumber other groups in most applicant pools, but who was getting hired certainly did. At Berkeley, white men were 48.2% of faculty applicants in the physical sciences, but just 26% of hires for assistant professor positions. By 2018, only 14.6% of tenure-track assistant professors hired at Yale University had been white American men. In the humanities, the number was just 6 out of 76, 7.9%. White men who do not get hired are often older and more established, or foreign. Several people I spoke with noticed that European white men don't seem to face these barriers. The reason, one professor suggests, is that they exist slightly outside of the American culture wars. Another is an administrative sleight of hand. Federal Education Statistics, IPEDS, classify foreign nationals outside of racial categories. In other words, a white European on a work visa don't register as white in diversity metrics. Among PhDs with definite academic employment plans, white temporary visa holders are nearly twice as likely as white U.S. citizens or permanent residents to secure tenure-track positions, 61% versus 33.1% in 2023. Senior hiring is still very often white men. Will, an Ivy League professor, told me the humanities department had hired 2 higher-level white men, then conducted a search for a junior professor. There was 1 white man among the finalists. On paper, he was so clearly the strongest candidate, Will remembered. It really kind of did feel like, well, we can't not interview this guy, but we're still not going to hire him, he had been told. If we're on the fence here, we should not go with that man again. Yale's history department has 10% white male professors over the age of 70. Or is it? Yeah, with 10 white male, not 10%, providing a striking illustration of the generational divide in hiring. Since 2018, they've hired 4 older white men as full professors, but among 16 tenured or tenure-track millennials, just 1 is a white man. At 84, the Cold War historian John Gaddis isn't even the oldest in the department. The Yale history department, at the time I arrived in 1997, was overwhelmingly white and male, if not yet millennial. He told me in the email. Some remedial actions were long overdue.
Citation needed.
Yeah. The remedial action can take many forms. Berkeley commissioned regression analysis to identify which quasi-legal strategies would produce the fewest number of white male job offers. At Dartmouth, the Mellon to Postdoc program provided 10 tenure-track positions for new hires with a demonstrated commitment to addressing racial underrepresentations in their discipline. None were white men. Cluster hiring, which began in the 90s as a way to expand interdisciplinary research, was transformed in the 2010s as a shortcut to achieve diversity goals. Entire groups of underrepresented candidates could now be hired at once, working around the often Byzantine tenure approval process. The way you try to demographically diversify without making explicit is searching in areas where the areas are strongly correlated with gender or ethnicity. An Ivy League professor explained to me, a cluster hire in Latinx studies will gain you several Latinx faculty. A professor of transgender studies will in all likelihood not be a straight cis man. And white male assistant professor of black sexualities is closer to an SNL sketch than to any lived reality in 2024. I gotta take a drink here real quick, sorry. All of this left little oxygen for anyone else. James spent nearly a decade, first at Yale Law, then at a top classics program, watching his professional pathways narrow until they seemingly disappeared. He saw people he knew, as long as they fit the right demographic profile, bypass open searches and receive tenure-track positions or tenure-track offers before they even finish their PhD. My own advisors would say very openly, they're just two completely different hiring schemes, he told me. They're just two completely different categories of person. Hanging all over it was an invisible curriculum. The political assumptions about what should and should not be studied. James recalled a fellow graduate student he met at Yale, a white man oblivious to the latest academic orthodoxies. He went on this long, passionate monologue about military history, who knew all sorts of details on Roman military history. He really wanted to study it. And I just thought, you are hopeless. There is no way anyone is going to hire you. He almost wasn't schooled properly. If he had been, without anyone ever needing to tell him, he would just drop all that about military history because he'd know that it's white and European and male and dead. Only one person from James's classics cohort, wound up with a tenure-track offer. He's gay, Asian American, exceptionally conversant in the language of critical theory, James said. And he got his job on the merits. He's extremely good, but he's into stuff that's also very in. James, on the other hand, applied to just a couple of tenure-track jobs in classics before he gave up. Most people don't even try, he told me. For young white men doing dead white male stuff, it was just totally hopeless. I operated under completely false assumptions. Ethan, an Ivy League educated social scientist, told me he'd always had the vague and naive and frankly privileged idea that professionally everything would work itself out. I was going to be a tenured track professor. He said that was my expectation. Like so many middle-class millennials of the Obama era, Ethan believed that he was on the right side of history. He had entered academia after an unsatisfying stint in the corporate world precisely because he was interested in the issues of inequality. He wanted to make the world a better place. I came in wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, but I felt like in the early 2010s, there was a good reason to feel that way, he told me. Society was moving in a direction that felt more fair, less caste-oriented.
Wasn't fucking paying attention, was he?
Nope. Yeah. That's, well, and again, I think it's because a lot of these guys, they think, oh, it's not going to be me. It's not going to be me. You know, I'll be fine. And that's like that guy said, it'll just work out professionally. So after Ferguson and Black Lives Matter, and then Me Too, As talk of diversity and representation and privilege swept across campuses, universities responded with a host of new initiatives. While faculty diverse programs had been in place for decades, Penn and Columbia committed tens of millions of dollars to address the issue in 2012. Harvard in 2006 and Yale had launched efforts as early as 1999. These had been mostly effective. This time would be different. The new initiatives may have had ethereal, non-specific names like inclusive excellence and toward new dimensions. TND, I guess that's a good. that's a good. He's slipping in the TND there. Anyhow, but they had very concrete goals. Things changed really quickly, Ethan said. I think I was just a couple of years off in terms of what the opportunities looked like. In his first year on the academic job market, Ethan applied to nearly 50 jobs. It was a slog. He was thrilled when he got a finalist for a tenure track position at Brown University. He was flown out to Providence, where he toured the campus and met with faculty. But Brown, like much of the academic world, had other institutional priorities. Back in 2016, Brown had pledged to double faculty diversity within 6 years. There was significant work to do in the coming months and years to implement the Diversity Inclusion Action Plan. Provost Richard Locke, himself a white male boomer, said at the time, a diversity representative was installed on every job search committee. The Office of Institution Equity and Diversity reviewed all hiring advertisements as well as faculty short and long lists. In tenure track hiring, the long list is a collection of potential candidates, and the short list is a selection of the most qualified to consider for the interview phase. To give sense of what this meant on the ground, in 2022, there were 728 applicants to tenure track jobs in the humanities at Brown. 55% were men. At every stage of the process, the male was whittled down. The long list was 48% male. The short list was 42%. Only 34% of candidates who made it to the interview round were male, and only 29% of the jobs were ultimately offered to men. A similar dynamic played out in the social sciences. 54% of the 722 applicants were men, 44% of the short list was male, and 32% of job offers were tendered to men. Physical scientists, women were 23% of applicants, but received 42% of job offers, which is something I can fucking attest to personally. Ethan made it to the final interview round at Brown. After a long back and forth with the search committee, a sign he believes of intentional dissension, he lost out. They wanted everything through the prism of race, Ethan recalled. Unless you place race squarely at the center of your research, you're vulnerable, especially if your identity doesn't fit the desired profile. Of the men who managed to pass through Brown's gender gauntlet, almost none are white. Since 2022, Brown has hired 45% tenure track professors in the humanities and social sciences. Just 3 were white men, 6.7%. Over the next 3 years, Ethan applied to dozens more positions, including at UC Berkeley and UC Irvine. As elsewhere, the UC schools required DEI statements in which proposed faculty were asked to detail future plans to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. Ethan had to write dozens of these statements in the course of his job search, but the UCs took it a step further. Under an $8.5 million state program called Advancing Faculty Diversity, UC administrators used DEI statements as a first cut to winnow down applicant pools before faculty were allowed to consider candidates. Ethan didn't make any UC shortlists, but why would he have? The program had achieved its intended effect. At Berkeley, as recently as 2015, white male hires were 52.7% of the new tenure track faculty. In 2023, they were 21.5%. UC Irvine has hired 64 tenured track assistant professors in the humanities and social sciences since 2007. Just 3 are white men. Of the 59 assistant professors of arts, humanities, and social sciences appointed at UC Cruz between 2020 and 2024, only 2 were white men. All in all, Ethan was a finalist for a tenure track position 5 times. He was flown out again and again for interviews and meet and greets and departmental dinners. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. At a certain point, he began to see himself the way the search committees did. Other identifiers as other things I valued about myself have receded, he explained. Being a white man, meanwhile, moved into my foreground in a way that I didn't expect. It's taken a toll on Ethan's personal life. He's been with his partner for 7 years, but they've spent much of that time treading water. They want kids, but without financial security of a tenure track position, it's daunting. That decision is on hold and may never happen, he said. He's always anxious the grant money might dry up. I don't feel like my career path is leading anywhere. It feels like a dead end. Occasionally surrenders to anger and bitterness. There's a huge group of talented white men who can't get tenure track jobs, he said. For a set of institutions so obsessed with bias, they're completely blind to their own. As for Richard Locke, the provost who spearheaded Brown's diversity and inclusion action plan in 2022, Locke left to accept a signature as dean of Apple University, Apple's in-house personal training facility. In all searches, there have been consistent attention to diversity and inclusion, he bragged in a valedictorian interview. His placement at Brown was, who else? A 60-year-old white man. Peak TV. Matt is a sort of smart, slightly manic cinephile who's been a fixture of the Hollywood forever. The guy at the bar who could explain why a project was greenlit, a buyer with tons of money and little experience, or why a director got hired, background as a playwright, and as it was with Scott Rudin, and dismiss the latest Netflix releases with a wave of his hand. Dog shit, a story shouldn't be a movie. Absolutely true. Like me, Matt moved out to Los Angeles in 2011, but unlike me, by 2014, he'd landed a job as a staff writer on a network TV series. I thought I would be one of those mediocre white jabronis who just float at the top and works forever, he said. He earned more money from a single episode of network TV than he'd seen in his life. He felt he was on a familiar trajectory. Write some specs, network around, get your break, and then work steadily until you get your own show. But he couldn't outrun the culture. In fall of 2014, the Oscars nominated only white people for acting awards, and the hashtag actors so white was born, which I remember at that time. All of the non-white entries to that were so fucking utterly dog shit that they didn't deserve to be in consideration. Also, during that year, there were some really good films that got put out. So anyhow, the New York Times ran story after story after story. The academia promised reform, as did the studios, and they delivered. In 2015, Matt was looking for a follow-up job as a staff writer on a story editor. I couldn't crack anything, he recalled. It was like almost immediate. There was a real disillusionment because I thought I was just kind of me for a while. Or it was just kind of me for a while.
How much more article do we have here? Because
there's a bit.
Yeah, are we uncovering anything we don't really know though in any of this?
Yeah, no, we've gotten to the point. So really, it's just a lot of statistics, and
they're very good statistics. They're very important ones.
And that's why I say we're not going to read the whole fucking thing because it is really long
nearly
article.
Fucking did.
No, we got no. I got about halfway through it, dude. I'm not even halfway through it.
What a fucking article then.
But
let's get a link posted for that somewhere so people can cite it. But yeah, that's some fucking phenomenal statistics. What are we down to? Like 13% white male in some places, lower.
Yeah. In a place where the I just threw the link in live shows. In a place where the majority population is white, only 13% of people, for representation's sake, are white in the workplace, which does not represent the demographics of the fucking society in which it's placed.
Hey, Dave.
Now,
are you saying that the 1350 is now going the other way?
Yeah, right.
Despite making up only 13% of the population, straight white men are 50% of the people that matter.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
So, now I wanted to cover this because this article, it hits home to me personally, for two reasons. You know, I got laid off in 2010 or 20. I mean, I've been laid off 3 times. The most recent ones in 2020, I was laid off by the state of Idaho after a decade, and I was in my early 40s then, and it took me like I was really fortunate. I'm not going to fucking jerk myself off over here, but I have a decent resume. I have a lot of skills. I have a lot of experience doing IT shit. I have a lot of experience doing customer service, and I'm a fun guy to fucking work with and be around. So I had a really good resume. And it took me a long time to get a job around here, but I kind of expected that here. And I looked all over. I looked remotely because that was, of course, the remote times. I looked remotely at the for jobs everywhere, and I couldn't find, like, it took me a long time, and then eventually a local company hired me. I couldn't get a remote job as an IT person.
Yeah, I think
So-
Danny was saying something similar as well, that he's been getting laid off or replaced and struggling with it for the same reason. Oh, fuck me. If you can get a job, listening to the fucking induction will make you want to fucking suck Kurt Cobain yourself. Like,
Right,
oh my
right.
God.
Gotta
Diversity.
figure out how to barely-
The guys. The Aboriginals. Oh my God.
So,
Also, what Danny
and
DeLito says here, around the same time podcasting took off, and lo and behold, it's dominated by straight white men.
Yeah,
has,
all the
and it's
ones
because-
chased out of the media. I mean, fucking Tucker Carlson.
yeah, exactly. It's people that have been ostracized by the mainstream culture. They've been forced into these back channels, which it's like you're not going to shut people up by just not letting them speak, right? You're not going to actually shut people up. They're going to go somewhere else and talk. But more on, I mean, to bring this little dower is that in 7 days from now, my little brother would have been 46 years old.
Oh, damn.
And he tried for 3 years to find a job, and he couldn't get one. He couldn't get one in fucking Seattle because they're not hiring white guys. They weren't going to hire a 42-year-old white guy to do a system admin job, even no matter how good he was. They weren't going to hire him because, and he always said, "Oh, it's because I don't have a degree." He had all sorts of certificates, and he had more than enough experience. It had nothing to do with him not having a degree. It had everything to do with him being a middle-aged white guy in a world in a progressive shithole like Seattle.
Tell me about it. Like, what was the only job that I could find when I was looking? Fucking call center.
A call center, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to.
And again, I was the here's an interesting statistic for you. Source, my fucking eyes. So at this call center job, there's me and about 20 other trainees. Would you like to guess how many men there were in the other trainees?
Yeah, probably 1 or 2, if that.
0. Would you like to guess the gender of the trainer?
Yeah, no shit.
No, male. Would you like to guess the gender of the manager?
What? It had to be a woman.
Go on.
No, also male.
Oh,
Now,
So
isn't that interesting? That they're hiring less than 5% men, and yet somehow the trainers and managers are also men.
right.
Isn't that
And
an
it just-
interesting little statistic for you?
It highlights the misunderstanding of the hierarchy of competence that's established our universe or established our society, right? They're looking at this going, "Oh, they're all white guys, so it must be racist." Like, no, it's because they're the best people to do the fucking job.
Yeah.
It's because they were the smartest ones. They were the ones who built the fucking system. But you've now closed them out of the systems that they built and the society that we created. And what the hell do we have left to lose from there? Like, why should what in a world where they are demonized for being
Tell me about it.
and white men? Why should they try to why should you try to participate in that society?
And God forbid
why
you try to be autistic
burn the whole fucking thing down
in a corporation. Like the amount of shit that I've gotten for I've been dragged into fucking meetings because my tone was off. Fuck, I hate women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're running. I'm running long. I want to give consideration to the other dudes here. I'm sorry for taking so long. But again, I felt this was an important article, and I really encourage you to read this. It's very true and very powerful, and it's affected so many people. It puts a fine point on the fact that like this DEI bullshit isn't just like hurting the quality of our stuff. It is actively destroying our culture, and it's actively destroying our future by removing competency from the hierarchies and by removing the ambition of young white males who are going to build those fucking systems for them.
Well, so just to kind of jump in, the last, it's really just a big paragraph that's been separated from Savage here. And I think it's indicative of the way the male mind has been programmed, and something that we need to kind of break out of because of this. So I'll just read it here real quick. Okay. There's a wounded pride here. How could there not be? I have 2 sons. I used to imagine for a long time before they were born that I'd take them to film sets, that I'd bring them along to exotic locations. Instead, their father spends most of his working day in his bedroom, scrolling through spreadsheets and ticket listings. What do I say to my when my boys asks about my old hopes and dreams? What do I tell them when they ask about theirs? And because he waffles on ahead, it's like, oh well, I'm an ordinary talent and in an ordinary time, and he used to be annoyed with himself for not becoming a father sooner, yada yada yada. But he's also not looking at it and becoming properly and rightfully angered by this, until it becomes about his sons. And I think that's something that, I mean, with some men like this will kind of shit all over themselves until they have to worry about their own flesh and blood, and then they became concerned. And I think that's something we need to get back. It's like whether you have children or not, it used to be more a matter of you looked out after the next generation as much as you could, and that's kind of been stripped away from us.
Well, that died with the fucking boomers.
Oh yeah, well, it didn't die. It was suffocated in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Well, but
it was murdered.
My bigger point is, while some of us here on the panel and in the audience may not have kids, don't turn a blind eye to this, because it's incumbent upon us to start fixing this, and it's a multi-generational problem that needs to start being solved.
Yeah, we didn't get here in one generation. Well, we did get here in one generation, but we're not going to fix this in one generation. Like, it's like Yuri said, you only need 40 years. You need 20 years. You need one generation to subvert, and then it'll carry on from there. And we're in the process of that right now. It's not going to be, the only way to fix it quickly is violently and bloody. And whether we want to engage with those ideas or not,
I'd wildly prefer not to. But right. Jesus Christ, because, if they start the fucking violence.
Well, solutions should come from the ballot box. And if they don't come from the ballot box, they're going to have to come from the ammo box.
Yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't get to that. Let's hope that firstly, Trump stops being an idiot and endorses a candidate that will actually do something useful for Texas. And secondly, if the right could stop acting like fucking children for 5 minutes, which I suppose is at least better than the left, who are fucking children, but acting like children isn't fucking helping anyone because they keep crying and bitching and fighting. Like, for God's sake.
Right.
But yeah, fuck me. I hope you Americans can get a bunch more years of actual progress in the direction of freedom.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Because if it works in America, it has a much higher chance of spreading to the rest of the world.
Oh, frankly, the most important thing about it is at least there's hope if America remains free. If every country, if we lose America, then it's literally hopeless.
Right.
Exactly.
Just give up and live in the fucking woods, where the government will arrest you for being in the woods without a fucking woods license.
Oh yeah. Or give you a fine because you didn't pay taxes on that little shed you just made with your own 2 hands. But yeah, the whole reason why Liz Taug started getting all brazen was because she saw the success of Trump. And ever since then, she's been trying to take herself and the party, the FRP party, along those lines because she sees there's a success in it. So the more successful the conservatives or the proper right in America becomes, the better it will be for other parties too, for other countries.
Yes, and then if Trump could be helpful when he's about near the end of the term, if he could kindly gather together the collective leaders of the West and dick slap the cunts until their fucking brains rearrange, that would be very much fucking appreciated.
If his last act is to do a JD Vance over them, that'd be good. Or if JD Vance wins and his first act to just go on and beat the shit out of him.
Frankly, can they start tariffing us until freedom improves, please? Like, seriously, tariff Microsoft and Amazon until Australia fucking collapses if that's what it takes to free us, please, Trump. Anyway.
And also, they all deserve to be.
Let's go back to Dave, because I don't think he was finished, but he was close, hopefully.
Oh no, yeah, I'm pretty much done.
You need a cigarette?
No. I'm done.
Was it good for you too?
Yeah, right. Like I said, I wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. I know this was a big article this week, and we may be being a little derivative handling it, but I think it was important, and it's personally impacted me in many ways.
Well, lots of long, boring, important stuff this week.
Right. Yeah.
It is.
So speaking of that, I think we should switch from boring shit and go do trim segment now.
We should change it up. We were going to do bleachers next, but I think we should change it up. Because fuck me, I'm over politics. I want to listen to what Trims instead.
Shit, Bessick willingly wants to listen to me? We're fucked.
Exactly. All right, I should have switched over to Trim now.
Alrighty then. Well, let's see. Big screening. I'm just making sure everything is right. There we go. So you can all see the screen, right?
Yes, I can.
Yep.
Beautiful. Okay. So today, for my part, is called "Why the First Crusade Was Justified."
Only the first.
I'm just gonna keep it there because if not, I'm gonna start glowing like a nuclear reactor. So let's just keep it.
All
there,
right,
okay?
please
for the
sir.
sake of stability. Yes. So basically, the entire thing here is the justification of why the First Crusade is a right crusade, a just war, and a proper response to outside aggression. As you can see here, here's the map of the known world, or what is considered the world at the time. And it all starts in around the 7th to 11th century as Islamic conquest seized Christian territories, the Holy Land, North Africa, Spain, Uh, uh, Basically, it is the, if I say it right, Seljuk Turks that rise in the 11th century, convert to Islam, and basically become the powerhouse of the Islamic nations. And they just keep on going, attacking all Christian lands and taking over everything they can find, basically. At 1071, they invade the Battle of Mansiurk is a decisive Seljuk victory over the Byzantine Empire. Byzantine loses most of Anatolia, the heartland, and the empire is severely weakened. And the Turks then begin their advance towards Constantinople. This basically causes the post-Mansiurt, if anyone has the right word for that. If not, I'm just going to butcher it on purpose at this point. Mansiurt chaos, civil wars in Byzantium, Seljuks basically go around, disrupt and endanger pilgrims and people, stealing stuff, violently, shall we say, enriching the local population, threatening and stealing from the pilgrims, and taking their goats for, well, Muslim purposes.
So what I'm hearing is London 2025.
Basically, yes. It's almost as if it's an inevitable thing wherever the turbans appear. Now, let's see. As of in 1095, March of 1095, the Byzantine, or what remains of the Byzantines, appeal to, let's see, I'm going to need to double check this, sorry. Emperor Alexios I sends an envoy to Pope Urban II at the Council of Picena, requesting military aid against the Turks to defend Eastern Christians and recover lost lands. Which leads to the Pope going out to France and having a speech at November in 1095. Delivering a rather fiery speech. This ends up, let's see. Sorry. Messed up the notes here. Yeah. He basically urges the Franks and all Western Christians to aid the Byzantines and initiate a holy war to save the Christians, liberate Holy Land and the Holy Land, and all other Christian lands from the infidels.
Just pause there, Trim. Apparently, we're having audio issues, so stand by. We are going to. All right, we should be back live. Hopefully that's fixed the audio. Go ahead, Trim.
All right. So basically, yes, against the infidels, reclaim all the territory, reclaim the Holy Land, and basically fight against the Islamic states. You know, hopefully I get it across here.
And just one quick interjection.
Go on.
This had been about 50 years out, but after the schism between Eastern and Western Christianity. So it's kind of that unification mindset. So
it's
continue.
basically that. There has been schisms and conflicts, but this is put out to be such a problem that it unifies the Christian nations, all of Christendom, basically. So it is framed as a holy war to defend the faith, protect pilgrims, and recapture the lost Christian land. The Pope, in this speech, promises plenary indulgences, which is basically full forgiveness for the sins committed during this act. Now, I don't see any sins happening here, as it is basically just retaliation, but hey, what can you do? And at this, you also get the very popular quote, Deus vult. And that's something that the people chanted repeatedly. So as the nobles were preparing for this battle, and the knights were getting ready, the princely armies, many lesser nobles, as this happened, many lesser nobles got a little bit carried away. A lot of farmers and peasants ended up charging a bit ahead of everyone else in the People's Crusade in April of 1096. This went off as well as you can imagine. They got their ass kicked, and then during August of the same year, the princely armies and the proper armies marched southeast. Of course, I'm pretty sure that when they arrived to their enemies, the Crusaders pretty much asked the question, Ubi est Deus arentus nuc? Where is your God of the sand now? To which they did what all good Christians would do in this situation, and crusaded so hard that the Muslims lost everything they gained within a very short period of time. There were some losses, but in the end, the Christians just pushed them back and regained what was lost, reestablishing Christendom as the superior force in the lands, while making sure that the Muslims learned who was in charge. Of course, this ended up not being a permanent solution, as the Christians couldn't go too far either, as they only had so many resources. But as far as we're considered in the time of this all happening, it's as concluded as it could be. Round one, the Christians win. And that's pretty much it for me.
Oh,
a little bit different.
Yeah.
That was shockingly short, Trim.
Yeah,
I know.
That's why everyone was sitting there in silence. It's like, and the rest of the story? And apparently that was it.
Well, I was told to be short, so essentially I just went for that.
You don't want to talk about the Siege of Nicaea, Battle of Dorium?
I just went over the general thing in the crusade itself, as the important part was why it was justified because of their mainly demonstrable actions.
Now, say, Bleach, this might be one where we need to write the script and come back to these fire pictures.
I mean, we could talk about the Siege of Ascalon, we can do that too. You know,
yeah, we'll have to come with the script and come back. Yes, it's good that it's quick today.
Cover all those.
Right.
So, basically, as in the name, this is the 101 to give a really short Cliff Note version of why the First Crusade happened and why it was justified.
But basically, so what? They were invading a bunch of places and then got bitch slapped.
Pretty much. They pissed off the wrong line.
What I'm hearing is this is an Australian version of this history.
So yeah,
Australia doesn't have history, and it certainly doesn't have a future either.
A question to you guys: do you think I would be arrested for doing this here in England?
Yes.
or rather, how fucked would I be?
I don't know. I'll let you know next week.
For sure.
Well, apparently Leo Kearse has been doing stamp about the Bondi Beach attack, Islamophobia, and politicians trying to ignore the obvious problem. So I'll post that in live shows for people to check out later. Because Leo's definitely a lot better when he's doing his stand-up. But I just thought people might be interested in that. I prefer him. I much prefer him as a comedian to a panelist. But yeah, we'll have to check that out later.
It's something where I have seen like Leo when he's interacting with people on the hard left, and he's much better when he's taking it to them than when he kind of waffles on amongst his friends. It's a very, very strange thing.
Now, Monkey wants to know if this is going to be a series. Will you cover all 9 and then we launch the 10th?
We'll see how it works out. Huh?
Deus Volt.
We may have to talk about doing a series on the Crusades, Bleach. Whether or not we get Trim to illustrate it is another question.
Yeah. Where's the DLC for this crusade?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave you the EA version here, so if you want more, you
God.
get
the Ubisoft version. Speaking of those bastards at Ubisoft, apparently they did put out another Anno game set in Roman times, and then just left out the last third of the campaign because we didn't have enough time or some shit.
Bullshit.
So fuck them.
this one.
That's just amazingly stupid.
I don't think that's the answer to Trim's question, by the way, Trim.
Answer to Trim's question, by the way, Trim?
Yes, exactly. I don't think Bleach's comment was an answer to your question.
I know that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I didn't hear it properly, so yeah.
Right.
That's it for me, though.
Yeah.
Short and simple.
Cool. Let's go over to Mr. Bleachy Bleach.
All right.
There we go.
So this actually ties into the bulk of what I'll be talking about. Ties also into Compat Magazine and Dave's article. And yeah, so it's kind of the main article is called "The Great Feminization."
Yeah. What's the headline there in the middle of the page?
Oh, this one? Did women in academia cause wokeness?
Yes. Okay. Next segment.
Yeah. But it's very interesting because it's all these articles are kind of related, and it's like there's a narrative that's starting to be publicly discussed, which I find timely for the next generations, but I'm still kind of fucked. But yes, so from the critic, whoever the hell that is, and I'm not going to go through and argue every point, but some of this part, and then we'll get into the main article. But you're looking at academia's illustration towards the left-leaning far right from basically 1990 to the beginning of the woke Reich. So you see, academia, it's climbing up to its peak, supposedly, with the limited information of over 60% in, we'll call it 2010. And a deep inflection on the conservative side of things. I don't like calling it far right because that's playing into their narrative. But far left and communist, fascist bullshit, I'll use those terms. So, talking about, incidentally, I'm focusing entirely on the U.S. where the Great Awakening started. that's kind of that again an interesting tie-in to Dave's article. And so, so why would the influx of women into academia have contributed to this leftward shift and the rise of woke activism in particular? As psychologist Corey Clark notes, women are consistently less supportive of free speech than men and consistently more supportive of censorship. And compared to men, they're more likely to say hate speech is violence, that it's acceptable to shut it down.
Yeah, because they don't know what real violence looks like.
Well, it's beyond that. I think it really gets into kind of how women are socialized. They're more likely to go and find a consensus rather than be able to say, no, you're wrong, fuck you, this is the right thing to do. But they're not willing to do that. And that also has affected culture on a whole. So one last little thing, touchstone here to hit before we go in. So it's talking about kind of the breakdown, the percentage of women in certain sciences. So philosophy, it's more men. History, slight increase in women, and that's such bullshit. Women get close to 50%. Classical studies, so English literature, things like that. Oh, look, it's becoming more female. Study of the arts, it goes from a peak of women down, but everything else is roughly between 60 and 80% women. So that's the communications department, linguistics. Oh, there's English literature where it's broken out from previous.
Now, what did we say earlier about the language influencing how you think?
Right. Funny that. So more charts, but it again, it's just reinforcing. And then these are percentages of how they affiliate by sex for parties here in the U.S. I wish it was a broader topic, but because if it's happening in the U.S., it's being reflected around the world, at least the civilized world. So that gets us into The Great Feminization by Helen Andrews, who I did a bit of a dive on her in the background, and I'd put her kind of like in the disco kind of realm. Like a woman that's actually doesn't hate men. So
is such a thing real?
There's like maybe 5 of them globally throughout the year. But so she opens talking about the firing of, I think it was a Harvard president. And we'll just go through this paragraph and the one below it. The essay argued that this isn't just women who'd canceled the president of Harvard, but they'd canceled him in a very feminine way. They made emotional appeals rather than logical arguments. When he started talking about innate differences in aptitude between men and women, I just couldn't breathe because this kind of bias was making me physically ill, said Nancy Hopkins, a biologist at MIT. And so experts chimed in to declare everything Summers had said about sex differences was within the scientific mainstream. These rational appeals had no effect to mob hysteria.
Of course.
So the cancellation was feminine, the essay argued, because all cancellations are feminine. Cancel culture is simply what women do whenever there are enough of them in a given organization or field. That is the great feminization thesis. which the same author later elaborates in a book length. Everything you think is wokeness is simply a phenomenon of demographic feminization. And I'm on board. I am absolutely on board. So the explanationary power of this simple thesis was incredible. It really did unlock secrets of the era we're living in. Wokeness is not a new ideology. It's an outgrowth of Marxism or a result of post-Obama disillusionment. It is simply feminine patterns of behavior being applied to institutions where women were few in number until recently. And it's blatantly obvious. And again, this ties heavily as to the causes that the other article was talking about, where our culture has massively become feminine. Most everybody, with the exception of Dave and myself and a few other of us geezers on here, were back in the 90s with like the new feminine man who's in touch with his feelings and all that. Basically, it was a woman with a dick.
Back in the 90s, we still knew what to call feminine men who were in touch with their feelings.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So talks about medical schools, majority female, and it's like, well, that's kind of terrifying, because women's medicine and men's medicine, the way it's done, is vastly different. And I don't mean like on a level of how they treat things, it's how they conduct themselves with a bedside manner. A woman is more likely to scold a man, but more willing to tell a woman just to toughen your vag up, you're doing fine. And this is something I've talked with the woman about this, and it's like, when it comes down to a male doctor for OBGYN versus a female, she'll go with the man every time. Simply because the man's going to be a lot more gentle and caring, where the other woman's like, it's fine, I'm just going to get in there and poke the shit out of this thing. It blew my mind when I heard that, and I've seen it since. So, one survey, for example, found 71% of men said protecting free speech was more important than preserving a cohesive society, where 59% of women said the opposite. That should terrify anyone. Just absolutely. So, I'm just trying to jump around in here. Female group dynamics favor consensus and cooperation. Men order each other around, like Bezic does with the rest of us, but women can only suggest and persuade. Any criticism or negative sentiment must be expressed, needs to be buried in layers of compliments. The outcome of this discussion is less important than the fact that the discussion was held and everyone participated. We see this in our political debate now. It's everywhere. So, skipping down a bit. And this is where I genuinely agree with this author. I'm agreeing with a woman. I'm terrified. So, the field that frightens me the most is law. All of us depend on a functioning legal system, and to be blunt, the rule of law will not survive the legal profession becoming majority female. The rule of law is not just about writing rules down, it means following them, even when they yield an outcome that tugs at your heartstrings or runs contrary to your gut sense of which party is more sympathetic. So there was just that case with the Minnesota judge who helped an illegal alien, and now she's possibly being sentenced to 5 years in jail. Her vision of the legal system, and we've covered this many, many times, it's like, oh well, no, they've got a sob story. Sure, they might have killed 20 people, but they really weren't a bad guy because he grew up in a rough neighborhood where a non-feminized judge, I'm not going to say a male judge, a non-feminized judge will say, yeah, they're a threat to society. Lock them up. It's very different. And again, we have to differentiate the feminized male versus the man. That's, because we all know time and time again how often that male feminists are just sexual predators waiting and, laying in wait. So a feminized legal system might resemble the Title IX courts for sexual assault on college campuses established in 2011 under Big Mike's husband. These proceedings were governed by written rules, so technically could say to operate under the rule of law, but they lacked many of the safeguards that our legal system holds safely, such as the right to confront your accuser, the right to know what crime you were accused of, and the fundamental concept that guilt should depend on objective circumstance known to both parties, not just how one party feels about an act in retrospect. These protections were abolished because the people who made these rules sympathized with the accusers, who were mostly women, and would not the accused, who were mostly men. The Duke Lacrosse case is a great example. If you're not familiar with that, look it up.
God,
it's
yes.
just a what
It's
the fuck.
such a shit show.
Yeah, absolute tragedy.
So, yep. So, the great feminization is truly unprecedented. Other civilizations have given women the vote, granted them property rights, or let them inherit thrones of empires. No civilization in human history has ever experimented with letting women control so many of the vital institutions of our society, that political parties to universities to our largest businesses, Cracker Barrel, anyone? Even where women do not hold top spots, women set the tone for these organizations, such that male CEO must operate within the limits set by his HR resources VP. We assume that these institutions will continue to function under completely novel circumstances. And it's like, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. So the problem is that not that women are less talented than men, or even that female modes of interactions are inferior. The problem is female modes of interactions are not well suited to accomplishing the goals of many major institutions. You can have an academia that is majority female, but it will be, as majority female departments show in universities already, are oriented towards other goals than open debate and unfettered pursuit of truth. And if your academia doesn't pursue truth, what good is it? If your journalists, another callback, aren't prickly individualists who don't mind alienating people, what good are they? If a business loses its swashbuckling spirit and becomes a feminized, inward-focused bureaucracy, will it not stagnate? And that, to me, is the most damning part of this. It's not just one part of society. It's everything. Everything becomes stagnant, top down, just nagging, absolutely fucking nagging every damn thing that you do.
Oh, yeah.
And it makes you question your sanity. And to me, one of the starkest examples has been Protestant churches in America, because most of them, the mainline Protestant churches in America, have female clergy. And that was one of the biggest things that drove me to becoming Catholic, was this overfamiliar, this very matriarchal way of addressing, the Christian truth.
Oh my fucking Christ. You want to talk about fucking women in religion? What the fuck is going on with the Anglicans in England?
Oh God. Yeah.
They're dead. That's what they are.
It's a that is a offshoot of Christianity that's not being
is Marco in the States?
It's being slaughtered. It's being gutted.
I think Marco's back in the States again. Nice.
Oh, good. Man.
How fun, Marco. See if you can find a nice American woman and ask her what her sister thinks of Australian accents. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry. Back to you, Dudley.
But yeah, it's something that it was shocking to me when I started going back to church. I hadn't been. I'd been basically agnostic for 15 years, but I went back and I was like, why is this woman up there and not like talking more about how to feel good? And this was a Lutheran, it should have been a lot more by the book, so to speak. And it was, be nice and kind and love everybody and love. It's like, but there's no discussion at all about the risks of not following, about the damage that you could do to yourself by basically just like, it got down into the just be a good person bullshit argument. And to me, that was the moment where I gotta go someplace else where women aren't in charge. And I had to go elsewhere, obviously. But it kept sticking out to me. It was like this fly in the ointment that I just could not get past was the female clergy was overly familiar, overly controlling about how people behaved and interacted. It was there will be consequences from a higher power, so think about things before you do them. It was, we're going to ostracize you from our community if you're not down with the immigrants or the alphabet people or all that other shit. Oh, yeah. And that stuck with me. And reading through this article, it started, firing off all these other, this is why I did this, and this is why why I never wanted to work at a museum ever again, because they're mostly run by women. So we'll continue with the article. That is what feminists think would happen about, I guess I should jump back about, about when, the longhouse thing. And anyway, that's what feminists think would happen, but they're wrong. Feminization is not an organic result of women outcompeting men. It's an artificial result of social engineering, and if we take our thumb off the scale, it will collapse within a generation. The most obvious thumb on the scale is anti-discrimination law. It is illegal to employ too few women at your company. If women are underrepresented, especially in higher management, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. As a result, employers give women jobs promotions that they normally would not get, and simply in simple order to keep other people. Sorry, I'm dealing with a headache, so it's exacerbating my stumbling while reading. Sorry, audience.
Well, funny. I'm dealing with a headache too. I like to call it the government. At least yours might go. At least you can medicate yours.
Not with this. But I'm wearing sunglasses while reading. Yeah. It's great.
So you really are a Dudley douchebag. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, I am. Yeah. Great. Anti-discrimination law requires every workplace be feminized. A landmark case in 91 found that pinup posters in the wall of a shipyard constituted a hostile environment for women, and that the principle has grown to encompass many forms of masculine conduct. And yeah, it's true. You look at the I think it was, I want to say it was 96. It was a golf club in Georgia. I can't remember. I don't remember all the details, but it's like, no, you must open up. You must not discriminate against women. So they allowed them and to be, become members, and the organization's kind of fallen off ever since. But to me, it's like, women are fighting to get into male-only spaces, but they will still have their female-only spaces. And that, I think, is the greatest tragedy, because you see with the idiot women that are filming in gyms harassing men, but they can go to a women's only gym. But I don't know of any male only gyms. Granted, I don't give a shit about gyms, but regardless. So let's see. Helen gave a speech at the National Conversation Conference along the lines of the essay above. She was apprehensive about putting forward the great feminization thesis in such a public forum, still controversial, even in conservative circles that say there are way too many women in a given field, that women in large numbers can transform institutions beyond recognition in ways that make them cease to function well. I made sure to express my argument in the most neutral way possible, and to her surprise, the response was overwhelming. Within a few weeks of the video speech, it had gotten over 100,000 views on YouTube, and speeches and yada yada yada. So it's like it's such a feminist sword of Damocles hanging over her head, speaking out against this bullshit. It just blows my mind. So we'll go with the last paragraph and then get into some of the other reasons why I think this is a valid argument to make, and one that kind of needs to be addressed in a timely manner for the rest of us. Because after all, I'm not just a woman, I'm also one with a lot of disagreeable opinions. Who will
correct ones.
Yes. And will find it hard to flourish as a society becomes more conflict averse and consensus driven. I'm a mother of sons who will never reach their full potential if they have to grow in a feminized world. We all are, dependent on institutions like legal systems, scientific research, democratic policies that support the American way of life, and we will all suffer if they cease to perform the tasks they were designed to do. And something I think is worth noting. She's the mother of sons, and just as John Savage was the father of sons, there's this through line that I would say millennials are starting to understand that it might have been good for them to do all this feminazi bullshit, but now that they have kids, especially sons, that they're going to start seeing their children suffer. The boomers didn't give a shit about that, but the millennials maybe are starting to learn, and I hope that Gen Z and Gen Alpha continue this.
Yeah, hopefully
the return to sanity.
Gen Z and Gen Alpha are on a trend up, but oh god, I hope the boomers die off and Gen Alpha gets to vote before I'm too fucking old to enjoy living in a free fucking world.
Yeah. And I think it's also worth noting that there's also a sharper divide between the two. The leftists are more radical, but those that are sane leaning are also becoming more radicalized. and that's not a bad thing. It's something where I think we need to have that dichotomy and that willingness to beat your chest and say, no, fuck Marxism. We need a society that functions.
But of course, the government conflates all radical positions conveniently into the same bin as normal Islam.
Mhm.
Traditional Islam with the rape and the murder and the beheadings and the Jew killing.
Yeah.
No, well, it's more like radical, as in like more of the Martin Luther King, less of the Malcolm X kind of radical. Although, based on what I've seen, Malcolm X did. He
I
had some good
go
points.
Down that rabbit hole. It's more like, they both were very, very big ass. They just, one was better spoken about it.
Yeah, but I think it's more of there's a difference between the go out, protest, get rights, and the go out, behead the Jews, etc., etc.
Yeah. And so, looking at this Quillette article and evidence for changing composition of academia, 90% of women are in the 1970s. Women received less than 10% of the doctoral degrees, and it's steadily increased when it was on parity with men in 2005, and now they're majority. And just looking at this chart, it's like this inflection point around 2002, 2000, that's when millennials really started becoming terminal students. They never left university. They just became, I'm going to keep getting degrees and more degrees, and I don't want to grow up. And
it's interesting that at that time frame there's a sudden uptick in both genders. I wonder if there's, I don't know, some student loans or some other nonsense involved in that.
Yep. That's when the student loan thing became heavily just pushed.
Yeah. And like, that's a relatively stable line for the women. If it was just women going, oh, you know what? I want to feel like being a doctor, wouldn't be a fucking problem. But no, it's been pushed and pushed and pushed. And where your mouse is now, I can't see the year on my screen, but it's interesting how the men have plateaued and the women have... Did you say 2016?
No, about 2012, 2013, somewhere in there is when the plateau starts.
Now, isn't that convenient? Doesn't that timing conveniently line up with the other article? Dives, in fact.
That's why I decided to continue this dive, because it's a very 1-to-1 ratio. It's about really where millennial men are kind of fucked.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. And that's less of a, oh, poor pitiful me. It's more like, okay, how do we overcome this? What do we need to break in order to make this sane again?
Right. I mean, but the thing is it's not just millennial men that will suffer from this, dude. It's all of fucking society.
Exactly.
All of society is going to be negatively impacted by this shit.
That's why I wanted to, build off of your article that's focusing on millennial men. And it's like, but now we're going to be paying for this for generations. And I think it's something where we need to go, no, this is not good. This is not where we want our society to be if we want to be, I don't know, safe in our effects and world. So that got me thinking, okay, what could be one of the leading causes for men not, kind of dropping off and dropping out of this world in a sense? What has propelled this great feminization beyond just the going in and suing people aspect of it, that getting the Title IX stuff? And I realized it's single mothers. It's the rapid increase in single motherhood and kind of the normalization and all it's this big feedback loop. So you see it start climbing steadily from 1970 all the way up. It's kind of like there's a peak in we'll say maybe 2015, 2016. And that is kind of coincides with this plateau of marriage, kind of like married couples have kind of plateaued. So we're seeing, and a slight increase in 2013 and a decrease in single mother households. So maybe nature's starting to heal. I don't want to be overly optimistic because there's a long road we have to go to make society whole again. But it really does say to me, we have a feminized society where women hold more power, both domestically and in the workforce, therefore overall society. And unless we want to fix this, unless we want to make a society that functions as it should, as designed, not one that goes through these almost mental cycle of mania when it comes to how things are run, we need to start addressing this.
Holy shit.
Yeah. This is non-marital birth rates in the United States. And this is when abortion and the pill.
Oh, hey, when did the crack epidemic start?
Was that the 80s?
Oh boy.
And anything you notice that's interesting about the 80s? It's about, I don't know, approximately 20 years after 1965, 15 to 20 years after 1965. Almost as if it coincides with the uptick in single mothers in the non-white category.
Huh? Yep. So
yeah,
yeah,
it's just a direct continuation.
It is.
Wow.
It really is. But I'm just look at how it accelerated, especially in the Black community after the Great Society bullshit, and to its supposed peak in, we'll call it 95, but it's plateaued off, and it's just like whoa, what if you wanted to be more racist than the Klan, you would probably be like, hey, let's break up Black families and encourage them to hate their society and
abort their own children.
Yeah.
And also just make sure they adapt a culture which embraces nothing but criminality.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's really sad, but you start looking and it's like, oh, this is all making sense. This is all like massive social engineering, and the results of the coddling of the 60s and 70s is the wokeness, and we've got to get a handle on that. We really do. So, yes, I pulled this one up. It's there are some interesting charts. Mostly 7.3 million single mothers in the United States. Yeah, and it's like yes, there are 4.8 million, 48.7 million married parents, but this number is shocking.
Mm-hmm.
And it should make everyone very uncomfortable.
And how
Because-
many of those kids are just basically doomed if they're boys? Because
All of
there
them.
aren't many kids there aren't many kids unless the mother has help from like their own fathers. Those kids aren't going to turn out right.
Well, the good news is, in the black community, as we just saw from the graph, the mothers don't know who their fathers are either. So it's a fucking cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. It really is. And then you know, again, kind of pointing out the millennial aspect. So this is again from 2023. So the age demographics of single mothers, 39% from 30 to 39, 31% 40 to 49, versus those that are 50 and older, 10%. Those that are younger, granted why it starts at 15 to 29, it's a little concerning, but there's a lower rate of single mothers. Now, that may just that's probably going to be skewed, but to me it speaks to there's this Gen X, millennial group, this cohort that grew up predominantly in single parent homes and also created single mother homes. And this is a problem that needs to be addressed, dramatically addressed. And I don't know, the easy fix. There isn't one. But until we start getting to the root of this, the great feminization will not stop. And driving men from the workforce, like in Dave's article, will not stop. It is setting our culture on fire. And we have to be willing to say the rough things. And Helen Andrews, I think, unfortunately, has to be kind of the spokeswoman on this, because when we say this in certain forums as men, oh, you're just sexist, you're just it's like, this is unfortunately why you've got to find the sane women that can reason and argue and elevate them to an extent. And it sucks because they shouldn't be speaking for me as a man. But that's the only way stupid women will listen to the argument, is if other women say it.
Well, and even then.
No, I didn't say they were smart women, now did I? But yeah. And then, and then single mothers have a higher incidence of
everything bad imaginable.
Yep.
So I'll leave that there. We could go on and on about this, but at the end of the day, we're facing a societal wide problem that has been in large part created in the United States by its own government, and I guarantee that's a valid criticism around the world. And we need to really start addressing this in the full terms and worry about the full impact that this is going to have. And until we do that, we're just going to be in cycles where we make a little progress and then get drugged back to the woke bullshit.
Yeah.
So. Especially if they somehow manage to infight themselves into losing the next US election, the next presidential election. Because if they could stop being infighting fucktards for 5 minutes. Like, I don't give a shit if Candace Owens fucked Tim Pool's boyfriend or what the fuck ever's going on there. Just shut the fuck up and focus on eradicating leftist ideology.
Well, I look at a lot of that shit, and it's like, that is the James Lindsay-fication of American politics right now. And it's like, I've got to be the most accurate right person ever. It's like, you're focusing on yourself. You should be focusing on the country.
Yeah. Lindsay's just a
Yeah.
fucking vainglorious fucking socialist
of
trying to
shit.
pretend he's not a communist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Lindsay's just a bitch, but yeah. Some more horrific statistics, but very important ones. Well, that's basically been today. A lot of very important numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mr. Dave, how are you doing for time? Do you have enough time to talk briefly about the RAM apocalypse?
We're at our limit. We can save it until next week.
Okay.
Because it's not going to change. It's already the news on it is kind of trending right now, but it's still going to be fucked next week too. So yeah, we can talk about it next week.
All right, and coming next week, the RAM apocalypse, whatever the fuck we'll call it.
The follow up on the AI, the RAM shortage. The next part of that is the current approaching collapse of the AI market as we understand it now.
God, I can't wait for AI to crash and fucking burn. Like, I want it to make the .com bubble look like it was a fucking slow weekend at McDonald's. Like,
it's going to end up looking a lot more like when Google and Facebook and Amazon and Apple took over all aspects of the internet. It's going to look a lot more like that than it is the .com bubble, where it's not going to be billions of people losing billions of dollars. It's going to be a lot of billion-dollar consolidations. So, but
this whole AI thing's just been a bunch
of
like 4 companies shuffling $1 trillion amongst each other. Yeah, you made up money. Yeah. But I'm so fucking like it looks like it's getting further and further away that I'll ever get a new computer. So I went, fuck it, went onto Amazon and was like, fine, I'll have some shitty 266 megahertz DDR4 for this fucking computer I've got.
Yeah. Fucking RAM kits are retarded
right
now.
I got for like 200 and something Australian 2 sticks of 16 or whatever it is.
No, that's good.
And I'm thinking
you're able to get 16s.
Yeah, so I've got 32 coming, and I might just run the old stick I've got with them as well, if it will run, because fuck me, it might not be as fast as running it all in super ultra fancy mega matching mode, but can't be fucking slower than using the fucking page file.
Right.
Oh dear. Yeah, fuck me, what a week.
Yeah.
Dave, if you need to go do your other thing, thank you for joining us. You're welcome to depart, but I will stick around and do a few memes just for chat, because most of them have been good.
I can chill out for some memes. We're good.
Alrighty. Yeah. Right, so Bleach is going to start us off with some weirdness, as usual.
Do I ever start you off with normalness is the better question.
No. No. I'm telling you for the last time, I don't want any Frosted Flakes, but they're great.
They're great.
I don't know if I can get this up as a meme in any time helpful to be things, but Trim said he uploaded all the PDFs and the recording. And I'm like, PDF? The fuck do you mean by PDF? Do you mean PNG? No, Trim did not.
They fixed it afterwards. Fuck you for outing me, dickhead. What are real friends for?
The holiday spirit, Trim. Bleach? I need to get... No, the other one. I need to get that on the fucking soundboard.
Oh. Fuck you.
You mean the holiday special for Life Day?
I hate you.
Yep.
You don't hate me enough, Trim.
Right. Yeah, we're coming, rural America. Well, hurry up. I got a pie in the oven. Oh, dear. The Bagginston Post. Well, the siege we're seeing now is a good thing. Well, okay, maybe the orcs did attack Gondor, but heavy industry is booming. Yeah.
The memes
But
are not
you-
on screen,
you-
they say.
Yeah, you don't have the memes on the screen, Bez.
Ah, crap.
Okay, it wasn't just me.
You could have mentioned that earlier. There you go.
Check the chat.
Well, here, fortunately, there's the first one for you. One I didn't
There we
read
go.
out. Husbands, if your wife does something wrong, just explain to her how your mum did it. She'll appreciate your advice and strive to do it as she did.
Oh, yep. I would love to see that happen. To someone else,
Crazy
not to
eyes.
me.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Oh,
Oh, God. Are you sure this is the next stage of the World Fist Fighting Championship? What do you mean they're all elite martial artists? I don't know which or the other way around it. I'm not sure which fucking way the speech bowls are meant to go. So why do they have a mantis shrimp?
Because
it punches.
Mantis punch like a motherfucker.
Oh, fair
yeah,
enough.
because they punch.
I see those humans have a vermin problem. Better help them out. 10,000 years later. Marvelous. Cats. I do enjoy a good cat. But hasn't it even been 10,000 years? I suppose that's
yeah, I don't
probably
know.
reasonably close. Because how old's agriculture?
Yeah.
I'm forever getting agriculture wrong. Is it something like 14,000? Depending on where in the world. And we know that the cats rocked up after agriculture.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of like 10,000. It has to be around that.
Yeah, but it's probably close enough to accurate. Close enough for government work.
It's hard to store food when you're hunter gathering. So
Yeah.
probably it'd have to have been after the invention of our agriculture.
Yeah, the question is how far. I know that by ancient Egypt, which is, fuck me, what, 6,000 years ago, they were well and truly shown up and enshrined, literally.
Yeah.
Yep. Dogs came before because they came over during the hunter-gathering era.
Yeah, because there's plenty in a hunter-gatherer society for dogs. Especially it's like, oh, join the humans around the campfire. They've thrown out the fucking intestines, maybe. Who knows at that point? But there's scraps for the dogs. The dogs help in the hunting. The dogs get scraps. The dogs get bread. And I think that's working on like 70,000 years is one of the numbers I've heard. Which is fucking impressive.
That's pretty big.
Yeah. But cats, yeah, showed up like, what, 10,000 years ago? And they've barely fucking changed since. Like, there's some long-haired variants, but when you consider the wild differences in dog breeds compared to cats, it's like, yeah, it turns out cats showed up in the perfect form for what humans wanted them for, which is eating rodents.
If it ain't broke, you can't fix it.
Yep. Well, that's it. The cats showed up small, cute, and willing to eat shitloads of rodents, which is basically which was perfect for the Egyptians and whoever it was that was before then. Yeah. Bloody cats. They're so adorable. Bastards.
Fucking manipulative shit bags.
Yeah.
So Zano said in the chat that will be raccoon soon. That is a legit thing that's happening. Raccoons in urban settings are starting to show signs of self-domestication. They're
Interesting.
They're less aggressive. They are starting to develop like softer, more cuter features, like floppy ears and shit like that. It's legitimately been observed in that it's actually happening right now.
Really?
Raccoons are so in like 100 years, raccoons may be as domesticated, or 10,000 years, whatever. Raccoons may have been as domesticated to us as cats are, based on their own.
That would be super cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
I wouldn't mind a pet raccoon.
If I wasn't in Australia, a raccoon would be an awesome pet.
Yeah.
Like, because
Why would they?
They're basically they remind me a lot of like a cross between a cat and a dog, but with hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it can take it can take
That's
on
right.
a fucking emu, man. Have you seen an angry raccoon?
They're kind of
I'd
yeah,
rather
dude.
not, but yeah.
Frank's got it right. Don't trust them. They have thumbs.
They'll succeed where the cats
I don't
fail.
know. The cats can already open the fucking doors.
Don't remind me.
Right?
Oh dear! If I can put a combination lock on shit so the raccoon can't get in.
That'll take 10 minutes and suddenly I fixed it. Smart
Yeah.
shits.
So Islam treating women like garbage in 600 AD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Death to America. Hey, wait! I want to stay.
Right?
GTFO, bitch.
Mhm. Tell me music is a bad career choice one more time. Violins is not the answer, my friend. Oh dear. Farmers, yes. Useless cunts, boo.
Yep.
So just in this picture alone, it's what, $1 trillion down the fucking toilet? Maybe 3?
Yep.
At least.
Well, that's
That's
a
the
useless
most
cunt in the middle is like
conservative
$1 trillion down the fucking toilet.
Yeah.
We paid
It's like
11 billion Norwegian kroner to this guy last year.
that's just white genocide.
That was last
is
year.
what that is right there.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about how much
Yeah.
this year.
Prime says, look up raccoon dog. They were adorable. Yes, but are they either raccoons or dogs?
What if we crossbreed them?
Tanukis, yeah.
Yeah, Tanukis.
Bitharongs, those are cool too.
Yeah. But are they even raccoons? They're definitely not dogs. Are they even raccoons? But they are very cute. Well, until the manga artists get a hold of them, and then they just... When you see your judge and you're about to go to prison for being white.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what do we got here? Me going to have a dinner with my family after being in voice chat with Pride. I'm just going to turn that music off.
Good.
Okay. Raccoon dogs are a species of canid.
Oh, stop that. Why the fuck would it turn the sound back on when I click on it? Fuck's sake.
Is it stupid?
Fucking Twitter. Elon, fix this shit. I refuse. Next meme. I refuse to be lectured about racism by someone who supports DEI. Please see Dave and Bleach's segment. Normal cat, meow. Texan cat, meowdy.
Yeah, I see that meme on a weekly basis.
And you laugh every time.
Yeah, that's how me and the woman interact. It's like haven't talked to each other for a bit. It's like meowdy. Like, damn it.
Oh dear. What else do we have? So when a crow remembers people who wronged them and holds grudges, it's intelligent and really cool. But when I do it, I'm petty and need to let it go.
Well, ain't fair, bro.
Yeah. Hey, taxation, why do you always wear that mask? Let's get this on.
God damn it, cat.
Evolution right now.
Yeah.
Thumbs are growing.
It's evolving thumbs. Bombs terrorists. Who cares about us? Bombs terrorists. War criminal. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I don't disagree with bombing terrorists or the Middle East in general. What's this? Your game, sir? No, that can't be right. I haven't downloaded it yet. You just put the disk in and your machine will run it whenever you like. Oh god, I remember when games came on fucking. Yes, actually, I'm just old enough to remember installing games off of a floppy. Just old enough. On
Well,
fucking
but that's
like,
like
on like
we're
Windows
going
95.
backwards here.
Yeah.
So not the big floppy, not the 3 1/4.
It's not the 3 1/4, not the 7 or whatever it was.
Oh,
But yeah, the little ones.
3 1/4.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Those are
you
3
did 3
1/4s.
1/4s,
You know,
like
the 3D
7
printed
and-
save
There was-
icons.
There was 7.5s, 5x25, and then 3.5.
Yeah,
Because
because why not? But yeah, like I'm just old enough to remember installing games off of a series of floppies.
Oh, I remember installing Windows 3.1 with like a stack of 7 3 1/4.
Oh god. What was it then I installed off floppies? I think it was one of those games about the dog who is a detective or something. Maybe.
And that white rabbit guy?
Yes, I think so. But this would have been in like the fucking late 90s at the latest. Probably close to like 97. God, I feel odd. And I'm the youngest one here. No, not about the one about Wishbone, the little terrier. The one about the cartoon dog. Max and something, maybe? Something in Max?
Yes.
Sam and Max?
Sam and Max, I think.
Yeah, Sam and Max.
Yeah, with the rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming
that was
I think that I installed that off of a floppy. Maybe.
Yeah,
And then it
that
became hardy.
would have
What?
been not like 93 and 95 were the first releases of the old Sam and Max. which-
Hit the Road was 93, so yes, it could have been.
and
Oh,
that's
fuck
when
me,
it was
LucasArts.
Under LucasArts. Yeah, like when they actually made shit that didn't suck ass.
Yep.
Well, Star Wars Battlefront 2 is still one of the best fucking games ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I always liked was it Dark Forces Jedi Knight?
Ooh, yeah.
Mm. Oh god, the old LucasArts. Some of the LucasArts games are some of the best out there. Like they did fucking what was it, Monkey Island, and of course all the Star Wars ones.
Grim Fandango, I remember
Well,
that.
that was LucasArts. I don't think
Yeah.
have I played that one? No, I watched someone
Monkey
play
Island,
it,
too.
and it was really good. I said that.
Yep. The early Indiana Jones games.
Mhm.
Shit, I was Full Throttle. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, that motorcycle game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god. Back in the day, huh?
And Swaddle, Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe. That was like the best early flying game I ever played.
Yeah. Oh god.
I also liked Force Unleashed too, though. Force Unleashed. Those were good games, but the second game was kind of screwed because that was the time when campaigns weren't really made to be long. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed those games.
When was Force Unleashed 2? Oh Jesus Christ, Trim. That's 2010.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? 20. Holy shit.
So yes,
New games.
I thought you were about a decade off, but turns out you were a decade off now, and the time period that we were talking about.
Oh,
It came out on the Wii.
Oh, shit. Does anybody
Yeah.
else remember Outlaws?
Oh fuck, I don't even know anymore.
97? It was like, imagine Red Dead Redemption 2 just made in 97. And it was kind of that level of game from what I remember. It's been a long time since I played it.
Oh yeah, shit, dude. Yes, I remember.
Maybe. That's a definitive maybe.
Yeah,
but I might have
me and
just
my brother
seen it somewhere rather than actually played it. But oh shit, that was Lucas.
Me and my brother used to play these when we visited our grandfather. Our grandparents on the father's side, because they were the ones with the usable computer first.
Yes. And let's see. But yeah, fucking talk about a long time ago.
More memes,
Yeah, we've got more memes. Life was easier when you could just wave a floppy about.
Yeah. We had our chance to go on and on about we had our chance to go on about video games during the episode. We're in overtime right now.
Yeah. Boy, did I call it a what? George Orwell.
Yes. Yes, you did, George.
Yep. Oh god, that's somehow even less pixels.
Yes.
If the only thing keeping a kid on the nice list is the expectation of toys, then brother, that kid is a piece of shit. The other bits.
Read the second part, just because I want to do it in the accent. A naughty list is gonna be tough on you, and Santa is very, very hard on people who tell kids he isn't real. If you get the opportunity, you should coal yourself.
Oh,
Santa Nyer's getting BTFO'd.
Yeah. Oh dear. My face when there a Star Wars holiday special question.
That's the latest Bleach things, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that fucking face, though.
How can you not love Lampa Waroo? He's the stuff of nightmares.
God, this movie is so fucking bad. Like, holy shit, Dave. You are never again allowed to shit on the prequels because they make this stuff look like it was made by God.
You mean the other way around, but yes.
The prequels are still ass. Don't get it wrong.
No,
Don't get it twisted.
They
Two
are
things
not.
can suck
they are
at the same time.
Glorious movies. Shut the fuck up. Holiday special exists. You are immediately fucking disqualified from that opinion.
Yeah,
right. Hold on.
Frank is correct.
I applied the shut the fuck up alarm.
Frank is correct, though. The holiday special is canon.
Yes, because Disney are Satan.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Disney to collapse and for someone to buy Star Wars and just fucking rip out like the last 20 years.
Right.
Yes. God.
Is 20 hold on, is 20 years enough to wipe out the prequels? No, I think we need more.
Yeah.
Nah, prequels stay.
No.
But Carolyn
We want good
isn't getting
movies.
his full dose of Life Day.
And this isn't even the best bit from this scene. You should see the fucking eyes on that thing when the gymnast gets started.
Oh, gee, it's so fucking...
They're so... No, the eyes are so sleazy. Like, you just see the eyebrows raise when the gymnast starts doing gymnast things. It's so fucking sleazy.
He's gonna kick up his leg and start licking himself any minute now.
That's what dogs do.
You think?
But yeah, it's a female gymnast, and like she comes out and starts doing this really shit blue screen crap. Well, like what she's doing is fine, but the fact that it's blue screen and in this is a problem. But but the look on that thing when it's like it's just the eyebrows raised and the eyes open wide, and it's like, oh my god, you pervert.
It's so cursed.
Yeah.
And then you have, what about the old half-dead fucking Wookiee who gets fucking brain porn? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, I know.
It's so fucking cursed. Thank you, Bleach. Fuck you very much for Christmas.
Oh, dang. On that night, our next episode will be after Christmas, won't it?
Yes.
I think so. Christmas is on Wednesday, Norwegian time at least.
Yep.
Yep. Wednesday is Christmas Eve. Thursday is Christmas Day.
Yes.
Yep.
For everyone except the Norwegians who are weird.
Yeah, we do it all in one go, and then we just have the entire next day just being lazy as fuck.
Yeah. See, we were smart and gave ourselves 3 days. We've got a day to prepare, a day to pig out and then another day to just lay there.
Yeah, we do the lay there thing for the following
Yeah.
week. Romjul. There you go.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Our next episode will be the 27th.
Yes.
And we're talking about trying to do a subscriber hangout and maybe something for New Year's Eve again.
Yeah, we could probably do that.
Worth a shot.
We can, we'll do a big community thing for everybody on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a community hangout, I reckon.
Yep. Do Jackbox and shit.
Yeah. We'll have some fun on the server for New Year's Eve. It's not like I have fucking plans anyway. What else was there? Yeah, we need to figure out a date for the subscriber thing. We'll
throw a poll in the subscriber channel.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We'll do that. Remember that you can just jump on Subscribestar if you'd like to join us for the subscriber only hangouts, where we have way more fun than we have on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else is there coming up? Don't forget Auto Circle on Wednesday at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Australian. Well, you know what the thing is? 10 a.m. That will make it like the perfect time to watch a Christmas episode in Australia.
Yeah.
So it'll be a nice Christmas thing for Christmas Eve that you guys can watch in the morning in Australia. And
at midnight if you're Maureen.
Yeah, midnight for Maureen.
Yeah, time zone's so good. There should be some more Dinkum Sunday night-ish, unless something goes wrong with the loud, angry Scottish, the loud, angry, tiny Scottish one, and Gracie.
I'm glad you corrected yourself.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to hang out. Standard Simply Sketch on Wednesday if Trim recovers in time to draw it.
Me and Dave are gonna try to do something.
Cool.
Are you doing a follow-up for the holiday special? That's amazing.
Yeah, it's called targeting software. Let's go.
I think that's everything on the agenda. Anything from you guys?
Well,
nope.
Nothing I can think of. Might try to do a stream, but it depends on how time is, and we all know time is a bitch anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, I also want to say Merry Christmas, everyone, when Christmas arrives.
Yes.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, all.
Merry Christmas and fuck your other holidays.
Exactly.
We're grateful for you guys. Show up and listen to us every week. Listen to our bullshit. We really do appreciate y'all. And and we hope that you all have a very Merry Christmas.
Yes.
And not a Happy Holidays, because that's gay. You have a Merry Christmas.
Yes. And I also hope that for your Christmases you do not get it culturally enriched.
Avoid your Christmas markets.
I hope that you get presents, not just tax bills from your significant others. Explain why they can't fucking buy anything. I hope you have significant others for all of us. Wouldn't it be nice? Fuck the third world. Fuck Islam. Merry Christmas, and have bacon. Well,
yes.
And but I do hope you all get something other than fucking socks, jocks, and disappointment.
And not drop bear chlamydia.
Well, hey, I'm probably not even going to get socks and jocks, so.
I
Oh.
hope you have the best Christmases you all can have, guys.
Yeah.
It's
Hopefully
been good so
there's
far.
some unexpected blessings for everybody.
Wouldn't that be nice? We've all been good this year.
Yep.
Indeed.
And suddenly, upon Christmas morning, Trump said, "A nuke goes out today."
Actually, no. It's the full annexation of Australia and Canada simultaneously.
Please, we have coal and oil and uranium. Oh dear.
Upon the day of American annexation, and Besek's peepee grew 3 sizes that day.
Well, I
dear.
think that's good from us. So
Indeed. Thank you for joining us, chat. Thank you for joining me, boys. And we'll head off. And see you next time. Shall everybody?
Shadilay.
Shadilay.
Hello, folks. Merry Kingsmas.